Master of the Elements. Masters of the Elements.
.3DO.
The Elemental Lords, Masters of Air, Earth.
Suck. Let's try this again. Heroes Chronicles, Chapter 3. Masters of the Elements.
.3DO.
The Elemental Lords, Masters of Air, Earth, Water, and Fire, were free to tear the world apart now that a 10,000-year truce had come to an end. Only one with a powerful command over magic could stand a chance against them. So why did the ancestors call on a barbarian who hates magic to save us all?
So yet another cool background. I got the lightning moving in the back. And this is what the screen looks like. But we're doing these through the not taking forever version of the game. Hey, said Panga. Well, we didn't actually... I haven't actually played through Baldur's Gate. Durai and I played like an hour of it. Definitely didn't do it right, and we'll do it again at another date. Hey, Zipsirium. Masters of the Elements. Tarnum must face down his own prejudice against magic and become a wizard, Harry, if he has any chance of saving the world from the destructive elemental lords. The trouble with magic. Tarnum must defeat the Conflux Town to gain the knowledge he needs to confront the elemental lords. If Tarnum loses any battle, his cause is lost. Tarnum will be limited to level 8, but he and 2 of his best captains will carry over to the next scenario. And once again, we'll take 10 Obsidian Gargoyles. The ancestors swept Tarnum away to a distant tower where sorcery was part of everyday life. He now wore the robes of a wizard, Harry, and was expected to lead these creatures of magic against the elemental lords. I was fishing on a still lake when the ancestors appeared before me, their ghostly forms hovering just above the water. Tarnum, they said in unison. This is the most important task we have ever set before you. As they magically transported me to a distant tower, they explained that when the world was created, the gods forced the elemental lords into a 10,000-year truce. 10,000 years have passed, and the violent, selfish elemental lords plan to separate all the elements, thus destroying the entire world. No wonder the ancestors seemed so urgent. The elemental lords were coming to our world to destroy it, but what if I didn't wait for them? What if I took the battle to them, to the elemental planes where they reside? They certainly wouldn't expect such an assault. Unfortunately, the only way to reach the elemental planes is through a Conflux Town, and only one remains in the entire world. And obviously we're Dracon. Judged by the answer. Oh, well, this hasn't changed either. So your secondaries, I believe, are fixed in this. You're gonna get them no matter what. Actually, no, I don't believe. I know they're fixed in this. I remember that. So I wasn't a fan of that feature. An insane Archmage runs out of the tree line screaming, "It's mine! Mine! You can't have my treasure!" You have no idea what he's talking about, nor do you think you'll be able to... You'll be able to fight. But you'll be able to avoid a fight, maybe. And Versa has found treasure. The Elemental Lord of Air enslaved this group of gremlins long ago. They cheer as you walk among them, cutting the ball and chains attached to their ankles. As one, the gremlins throw down their saws and pick up their former shackles. As exciting as working at the sawmill was, one of them says, I think we'd rather be fighting the Elemental Lords. Would you mind if we came along too? Come on down. The King of Bracada, Gavin Magnus, has given me the use of his troops to battle the Elemental Lords. How the ancestors arranged this, I do not know. As helpful as King Magnus seems, he also sent along a representative named Barsolar to make sure someone protects the interests of the kingdom. From the first moment we met, Barsolar has been trying to tell me what to do. He's more annoying than any person I have met, and a wizard as well. 2 reasons for me to hate him. Personally, I think the twit needs to be pushed off the nearest cliff. Unfortunately, I would only end up with more problems if the third cousin of the king disappeared. Fixed secondaries, yeah. It makes sense. At least it's a very logical explanation why they toss a ball on chains. You sit down among the gremlin miners and tell them of your fight against the Elemental Lords, and of your need for troops. Their leader nods and says, The evil Elemental Lords have no place in this world anymore, and if they really intend on destroying it just to spite everyone, well, we're not going to let them. Will you accept our help? A chill wind cuts through your clothing. Then you see the air itself take shape. Air elementals. Not only are they prepared to attack, but the icy wind kicked up by their presence is starting to give you frostbite. One of them approaches and shouts, By the Air Lord's command, you shall not possess this gem pond! And they attack. And they die. Yeah, enchanters. God, I love the snow theme so much. This is honestly my favorite theme in the game. And the tower theme's right there next to it. Or right up there as well. Hello, Randall. Welcome to the stream. Songbird is OP, songbird is OP, songbird is OP. Sitting at the table in my tent, I shake my head and chuckle as an assistant tries to explain the elemental planes to me. Please listen, sir, the mage says. We have evidence to support this information. First-hand accounts of these alternate planes. But an entire world made of fire? That's not possible, I say. Sir, in the elemental planes, the rules of our world do not apply. In the elemental planes, you can walk on clouds, and entire landscapes can be made only of fire. That's why no one has dared take an army into these lands. Well, possible or not, I will be the first, I say boldly. I may have to use magic, but I can still fight like a true barbarian. There is no reason to sit around and wait for these elemental lords to come to me. I'll take the battle to them and end it before they get a chance to harm this world. You come across something half-buried in the snow. It's a large pendant pulsating with magic. At first you are repulsed, but then you decide it might be worth something, magic or not. But as you bend to pick it up, the snow moves, and an ice elemental rises from the ground. Soon you realize the entire ground in this area conceals nothing but a pack of these creatures. Do you wish to fight them and take the pendant? Of course. I don't have to worry about taking magic now. Again, it's all going to work itself out. Lord Tarnum, Barcelor, my assistant, addressed me. I would suggest we get rid of those pesky air elementals and take that gold mine. You do know how expensive those enchanters are, don't you? I have to sit on my hand to keep from punching the little man's nose in. I have been told that if I plan to fight the elemental lords, I must use magic. No wonder the ancestors brought me to this tower, the home of the creatures born with magic in their blood. Magic is all around me, making the little hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Even after all these years apart from my culture, I am still a barbarian deep inside. I distrust magic and anyone who uses it. Give me a sword, any weapon, and let me face my enemy in combat. Dear Lord knew you would come for this gold, mortal. Our superiority is obvious, so surrender now, or die. I don't think I died. One of the natives of this region approaches your army. You can barely see his face behind the bundles of clothing he wears to fight off the chill. Sir, I hear you are the one who plans to battle the elemental lords. Seems to me you're crazy to take on such a task, but then who am I to question you? Anyway, I want to warn you that this valley is often visited by air elementals, and you never see them until they attack. Beware! The wind kicks up, blasting down the mountainside, practically throwing you out of the saddle. Sensing this is no ordinary breeze, you order your troops to prepare for attack, and just as you suspected, lots of air elementals swoop down out of the sky to attack. Gargoyles! If it were up to me, I wouldn't even have them in my army. These unnatural freaks make my skin crawl. They aren't truly alive, but stone enchanted with life. Their eyes don't blink. They don't eat or breathe. Yet, they follow orders and stay close to their master, like dogs. So far, we have underestimated you, but we figured out how to tell if you're coming. You'll regret the day you made us your enemy. Piece of wise advice, Barcelor began. He was always willing to let you know the importance of his own words. Visit those mage towers weekly to recruit the mages as they graduate. You could train them to become enchanters, you know. Yes, I know, I said. Solmir! Solmir! We're bringing him! If I can afford it. Every turn has a page to be read, of course. No, Tarnum is the Avatar, not Yogg. She's like the opposite. And in this campaign, he's cosplaying as Drakon. Hey Zero, thank you for the host. Hope you're in for another time spent well. Mysticism is good for a mage. Nah. At least this time it is aware of how obnoxious a tutorial mission instructor is. Exactly. Ah, burning you out. Oh. It's alright. I figured out how to play RuneScape on my phone. So now I can do the majority of the woodcutting off stream. And not have to waste 3 hours every stream. Barcelor has been droning on for the better part of an hour about the intricacies of golem construction while I've been daydreaming of a golem falling on top of the scrawny wizard, crushing the life out of him. Then Barcelor stopped talking. I turned toward him. He was waiting for something. Must have asked me a question. What? I said around a yawn. I said... Barcelor dragged out the words. It would be beneficial to hire one of those lazy heroes from the tavern to visit the gremlin workshops, the parapets, and other creature dwellings once a week. They could collect the taxes from the water wheel and the windmill as well. Sure, sounds like a great idea, I said. I quickly pointed toward our right and said, Look, a rabbit! Barcelor turned, and then frowned as he realized there wasn't a rabbit. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Again, the air elementals appear out of nowhere, swooping out of the sky. They're intent on your destruction. You wonder how many... And as you draw your weapon, you wonder how many of these creatures the Air Lord can send at you before he gives up. Retired warrior approaches you as a representative of the people in this region. He says, I have heard of your good deeds and wish to award you this crest of valor. We support your actions and applaud your fight against the Elemental Lords. Congratulations! He gives you the crest and then walks away. This will definitely raise the morale of your troops. Level 8 this time, not 6. Thought it was different, that's why I looked. Ah, we're gonna miss the other mage. Hey Lorla. Managed to get you early today. Managed to start early today. Not doing it on stream. I'll do the level up on stream, but come on, man. It's too much. Got him! Got him with the rabbit. Do you realize how much time it will take now? Yes. Yes, I do. Which is why we're mixing it up. We get a dog. We get the dog a dog. This morning I left while it was still dark to explore the immediate area. Perhaps it was foolish, but dealing with all this magic makes my head feel like it's been split open with an axe. Just the chance to ride alone in the wild made me feel better. Then I was attacked. The air elementals came out of nowhere and picked me up from my horse. I tried to use my staff on them, but it was useless while the elementals were completely surrounded by their element. Air. They carried me up above the clouds themselves, taunting me all the way. Then they let me go. It seemed like I fell for an eternity, straight toward the solid ground below. I tried to prepare myself for the pain, and then something took hold of me from behind. At first, I thought it was the elementals, back to taunt me again. But when I turned around, I saw one of my assistants, the Gargoyle Master. The small man was flying through the air with the help of magic, and he set me down without injury. I lowered my head, ashamed that I had to be saved by magic. I don't know what that is that you typed, Sarah. That's not happening, is Zero. Hey, Tanscott. Yeah, I mean, they're all going by pretty quickly. It's a marathon. Not wasting any time. Although, admittedly, come next Friday, things are probably going to change as far as availability is concerned, so I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Is that what it was? Yeah, sure. This campaign, you can't get Earth until the Earth mission? Yeah, exactly. That's why I just took Air as soon as it was offered. Your secondaries are... I think the secondaries are fixed, except for, like, you got to choose between maybe leadership and mysticism or something like that. But the 4 schools of magic were fixed. I think intelligence is fixed. I'm hoping you got logistics. I can't remember off the top of my head. But that's why I took air early. It's gonna give it to me in the air. Like, this is the air scenario, so we're gonna get it anyway. And you get the other ones in their scenarios. Like, this was the first campaign I've ever seen where before you've maxed out all your skills, you only have the option of 1 skill to level up. You can still hire all the same heroes as in the presents. I mean, it makes sense for these ones. Navigation is fixed. Is it? Oh, wow. They reincarnate too. Yeah, exactly. It's reincarnation theory. Come on. Don't be ignorant. Ahead, lots of air elementals have surrounded the home of some gargoyles. Looks like the elementals plan to bring the entire building down to its foundation, unless you stop them. That's exactly what I do. Lord Tarnum, those enchanters of yours are very expensive. It was my newly appointed treasurer, the man who saved my life from the air elementals. I promoted the Gargoyle Master as a reward for keeping quiet about the humiliating incident. I know they are powerful magicians, the treasurer said, but they are very expensive. Find the money, somehow. I said, there is one way. When we have an abundance of a resource, we could exchange it at the marketplace for gold or any other resource, the small man said. Yes, thank you. Never would have known. This is our Mercury. Go find your own. The Elemental Lords are far more powerful than you will ever be. It's wiser to join them than side with some upstart fool. The lab will be necessary to your victory, so you grudgingly order your troops to attack. Nice one. And I want to point out, I could not have bought a spellbook if I had wanted to. You pause to let your horse eat some of the grass in this area, and as you sit waiting for the animal to fill its belly, you spot a 4-leaf clover near your foot. You pluck the lucky charm from the ground and attach it to your clothes. Hey Esfion, welcome to the stream. What's Heroes Chronicles? I don't know, man. There's your thanks, stand by. Well, we'll find out, Zipsarium. Nope, not fan made. When is this starting to concern the storyline between 3 and 4? I mean, technically, it's the lore behind 3 and 4 right now. The next one directly relates to stuff we did in Armageddon's Blade, though. Can't wait till Rams actually figures out the broken stuff you can do in 4 for the first time. I saw some of it before. Uncle Jonathan. Sword of Frost is between... Yeah, Sword of Frost is as well, but the one we're about to do... So there are 2 that directly relate to the storyline. And aren't just lore related. Clash of the Dragons, which is next, and then Sword of Frost. Since, again, I know a lot of you haven't seen these before, I'm not going to actively go out of my way to spoil what happens in them. Get back here. My lord, said the wrinkled assistant as he approached. You summoned me? I've come to realize wizards have more assistants than the hairs on their sunken chests. I have a theory. For every problem that faces them, from difficult magical formulas to ill-fitting boots, a wizard hires a new assistant to solve it. Hence, the most powerful wizard is the one who never has to lift a finger as a retinue of apprentices capable of populating a city bustles around him. Which one are you? I said. Punifik, the Golem Master. Oh, yeah, I was wondering, as long as I have to have those golems in my army, can you do something to make them breathe? Whatever would you want to do that for, Lord? I don't like them. Yeah, they're strong, but they're so creepy, like walking corpses. Do you like corpses, Pontificate? I said sharply. It's Punifik, Lord, the Golem Master said. Oh, and no, I do not particularly like corpses. So, can you do anything? I do not think so, Lord, but golems are quite useful as they are. They will do whatever you want them to do, whenever you tell them to do it. Yeah, prolific Pontific, Lord. Yeah, but they don't do everything you ask them to do. I ordered one to breathe, but its head cracked open trying to get its small mind around that one, I said. Lord, that is quite impossible, Pontific said, annoyed and confused at the same time. Fine, forget the breathing, I said, grinning as I wondered how far this wizard could be pushed. Can you make them blink? Yeah, I'm getting the feeling I'm going to be forced to take mysticism here. We have learned a lot from the elemental lords over the years, and there is much more knowledge to be gained. We can't let you proceed with this foolish plan to attack our teachers. Surrender to us now, or we'll be forced to attack. All that morale after turn 1. Oh shit, there was a guy behind me. Oh fuck. That's not what you want. Curse magic users and all of their kin! Last night, one of my supply wagons were attacked. A lone wizard approached the guards. Of course, they didn't expect trouble from a single old man, but this wizard summoned some air elementals who quickly sent my men fleeing for their lives. Several were killed and my gold was gone. No, this is the third Chronicle. The hell was that morale, though? Exactly. carry Arissa because she's the Mercury specialist. And that will come in handy. He took my magi! Any challenges on Impossible yet? Honestly, no. These have been pretty straightforward. I'm enjoying them though. However, I absolutely want to point out to all the people who keep crying that we don't do the Armageddon's Blade campaigns on Impossible, this is exactly what it would look like if I did. Same level of difficulty. I feel quite confident I would be going through them just as easily. Is this the town? Let's defeat all enemies. So this probably is the town. Damn. You can see the glint of gold from where you stand, and this is obviously the fabled endless purse of gold. Unfortunately, you can also see the glint of gold from some gold golems. The moment your hand touches the bag, they'll activate and you'll have to fight them. Are you really interested? Yeah, I'm pretty interested. Wazza! Alright, we gotta get some stat boosts. And store. He starts with haste. Of course he does. Constantly is cereal. Constantly. I've been getting a lot of requests for me to build a mages guild. Barcelor loudest of them. We need spells. How do you expect us to fight without spells? Barcelor said this morning. This is battle. Soldiers everywhere win wars without magic. I said, there was enough magic around me to make my skin crawl. I didn't want to add more. I know these wizards well. I fought them long, long ago. If you give them an inch, they'll take the entire world. But their whining annoyed me. Letters arrive daily. Letters arrive daily from men sleeping in the next tent. Wizards write letters for everything. I wouldn't be surprised if they wrote one to announce they were stepping into the woods to relieve themselves. Letters. Cursed letters. Worse than elementals, clearly. Hey, Draxley. Well, now we're the Avatar. Long ago, the Avatar made the Elemental Lords sign a truce with the nation. Then, everything changed when the Elemental Lords attacked. Now Tarnum, soon to be master of all 4 elements, is the world's only hope to stop him. But when the world needed him most, he became the immortal hero. I believe Tarnum can save the world. Dun, 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 dun. La, la, la. Epic music insert. As we pitched camp last night, a pack of storm elementals appeared out of the cloudy sky and attacked. Lightning bolts cracked all around us, igniting tents and wagons, scaring off horse and man alike. I think I had been hoping for a good fight because my rage took over. I met the storm elementals head-on with nothing but my quarterstaff. Oh, I would have made short work of the creatures if I had just had my sword, but instead it took 2 or 3 blows each to destroy them. When all was safe again, I dropped my cracked staff and stared at my amazed troops. Surely they had never seen a wizard act like an insane barbarian before. I smiled at them. I felt good, refreshed, despite a couple burns caused by the lightning attacks of the storm elementals. See? I said. Who needs spells? Escape. Searching the area thoroughly has finally paid off. You discover a secret hoard of resources and quickly load them onto wagons before their owner returns. How about that? I sat down with the mage instructor, Hemross, before dinner. Places of learning like the Malato Tower, the Learning Stone, and the Garden of Revelation are important for self-improvement. These places will help you increase your skills, said Hemross. Why do you mention this? Are you saying there's something wrong with me, Hemorrhoid? I said. No. Well, just thought I'd mention it, Lord. Excuse me. The mage instructor said and dismissed himself without even mentioning that I'd gotten his name wrong. As soon as the man left my tent, I broke out in laughter. These wizards were so easy to fluster. Come now, AI. Do we really have to do this every time? Alright, Rissa. Kill him. A report from my tower came in last night. Apparently several storm elementals flew in over the walls and attacked. None of the guards were injured because they were simply a distraction. Several other elementals managed to break into the treasury at the same time. My new treasurer tried to stop them, but his spells were too weak. Sadly, he died, and the enemy escaped with their arms loaded with gold and gems. The money can be replaced, but I will never get the chance to repay my debt to the treasurer who saved my life. Even if he was a wizard, he was a brave man. Damn. Killed our homie. Yeah, alright, so we could win right here. Masters of the Elements. Hey, Dragslayer. And the lyrics, summon Bodas, Opie, summon Bodas, Opie, summon Bodas, Opie. Summon Bodas, Opie. Hey, Gormon. Could have made cutscenes for each campaign instead of making a dialogue every turn, but then would I get to read it? 2 Titans on the same day from 2 different refugee camps in an ROE campaign. Well, there you go. Yeah, he's 100% taking that town successfully. Totally. Ram's about to end this man's whole career right here. Thought it was Masters of the Universe. Nope, Masters of the Elements. It's the game description right now. Unless Twitch is bugging out on us. No, it's there. Heroes Chronicles, Masters of the Elements. Lord Tarnum, Barcelor stormed into my tent. His high-pitched voice gave me a headache instantly. It's time you built a mage guild. Why a wizard like you refuses to research new spells is beyond me, but this stupidity has gone on long enough. What? I shouted, jumping to my feet. I grabbed the closest object, a ceramic mug, and threw it at Barsolar's head. The little man was quick, I'll give him that. He ducked just in time. He stared at me, mouth open, amazed. Get out of here, you boot-licking toad, before I throttle you with my bare hands, I ordered. Barcelor was smart enough to leave immediately. I sat down, shook my head. Wizards like Barcelor are descendants of the wizards who enslaved my people long ago. Every time I see their pretty robes, I see the men who whipped my people, the men who took my sisters away, the men who brought about my downfall. The ancestors can make me work beside the wizards, but they can't make me like it. Switched off his arm. In typical wizardly fashion, I sent a letter to Barcelor apologizing for throwing a mug at him. My temper got away from me there, but I also mentioned that if he insults me again, I am going to twist his neck until his head pops off. Later that day, Barcelor approached me slowly. Lord Tarnum, he began. The wizards and alchemists rely heavily on magic. While it is noble that you try to do things mundanely, the rest of us are not blessed with your size and strength. So, what are we going to do about it? Maybe, I said, if these wizards and alchemists spent less time studying spells and more time doing real work, they would have the size and strength they need to stand up to the enemy. Barcelor rolled his eyes and left the tent without another word. Yeah, I mean, the shame of it is, this is the last time the story is really great. The rest of the chapters just don't have this depth to them. At least not in my opinion. And neither of them are wrong, per se. No, they're not. Better schmork than use real spells. As we learned, I mean, we saw how it worked. Zopi Salmon Boat, Zopi Salmon Boat, Zopi Salmon, Zopi Salmon Boat, Zopi Salmon Boat, Zopi Salmon Boat, Zopi. Hey, Gormont, stop getting rid of the loyal viewer badge. I may not have responded well to Barcelor's demand for me to build a mage guild, but now that I've had time to think, I realize I have been stubborn. I've hamstrung my troops by denying them their spells, and I plan to rectify that later. Actually, the death of the treasurer convinced me that I had been wrong. Perhaps he would have survived if he had more spells. I'll never know. A letter from the King of Bracada came today. I knew what it said even before I opened it, and I knew this letter was Barcelar's work. In his letter, Gavin Magnus explained very politely that his people needed magic in order to be effective. He also reminded me, several times, that I was using Bracadan forces for this venture, and that they could be withdrawn with but a single word. So, I have been scolded. I crumpled up the letter and searched the camp for Barcelar, finding him drinking tea with the mage instructor, Hemross. "Excuse us, Hemorrhoid," I said. "Yes, lord," the mage instructor said. Barcelar glared at me and said, "The mage instructor's name is Hemross, Lord Tarnum. This ridiculous way you taunt us with your name-calling is getting old." I promptly grabbed Barcelar by the collar and lifted him into the air. He tried to scream as I jammed Magnus's letter into his mouth. "If you have a problem, come to me. Next time you go behind my back, you'll be sorry. And you might want to think about finding another job, one that takes you far away from me." And that's probably the end of the story. This should not have happened, but it happened. Haste is overrated, haste is overrated, haste is overrated. The name of the mage instructor just made me spit tea. Low. Hey, Dr. Shroom. Easy. Huzzah! Oh, what the hell? Okay. We'll start with the gold. Walking on clouds. Tarnum must defeat the armies of the Lord of Air. Tarnum and all heroes will be limited to level 12. Tarnum and the two best captains will transfer to the next scenario with all of their skills, spells, and experience. The Yoga Firmament will transfer to the rest of the scenarios as well. Fancy lookout tower, I know, right? Why wait for the elemental lords to come to him? That's what Tarnum must have been thinking when he decided to take the battle to the elemental planes. Even though he looked like a wizard, he still had the heart of a barbarian. Barcelar found a book in the Conflux Library that reveals the way to the elemental plane of air. So we've come to this impossibly tall mountain range to find the gateway to the clouds. We've also brought some items with us from the Conflux that will allow us to pass into the Air Lord's land to defeat him. However, the thought of walking on the clouds still frightens me. What if these wizards are wrong? What if we fall through? Excellent find, Lord! These gloves will help your horses move farther on the snowy terrain, Hemross says as you pull the equestrian gloves from the snow. Powerful enough yet to get away with just the magi. And notice you only get the air spells in the tavern, in the mage guild. It's a cool little touch. And with my 1,000 gold that I started with, I can buy a lookout tower! But I shan't. We protect this orbit for our master, the Lord of Air. No one else shall have it. We protect the sawmill for our master, the Lord of Air. No one else shall have it. In a recent letter, King Magnus stated his concern that we might not be able to contact him after we pass into the elemental plane of air, or that we might not even be able to come back. He suggested I remain here and wait for the elemental lords, but I refused. The elemental lords won't be expecting an attack, which is exactly why I'm doing it. I give them time to build the army they want. Unfortunately, Magnus hasn't been able to get the genies to join me as I requested. As creatures of the plane of air, they can't, or won't, take part in an aggression against the Air Lord. So much for extra troops. I'll have to make do with what I have. The genies are right there. The gold belongs to our master, the Lord of Air. No one else shall have it. The miller works for us now. Psych now. Tome of Air incoming. You got the power. There's the Tome of Air. You guys weren't kidding. It really wasn't coming. We protect these gems for our master, the Lord of Air. No one else shall have it. Barsolar left today to search for the gateway to the clouds. He's decided his magical talent will be best used as a scout. Plus, he wants the freedom to study the elemental planes without interruption. I think he left because he realized I was close to removing his head from his body. As I saw him right away, I smiled. Now, if I could just rid my army of the rest of the wizards. Floating around the Tome of Air Magic are lots of genies and hordes of storm elementals. One of your men stops to count the exact number and discovers there are at least 30 genies and 80 storm elementals. It would be wise to ensure you have enough troops to take on a force such as this. That tome must be very valuable. Cheers. Hey, Siva. He looks like the Avatar. Because he is. He's the Avatar-num! Ho-ho! Oh, air shield! Mom, get the camera! Two out of four. We're going to get all four. I've been receiving letters all week from the wizards and mages under my command, thanking me for building a mage guild. It's almost embarrassing the way they go on. 'We have been instructed to decimate anyone who attempts to pass here. Prepare to be sacrificed to the Lord of Air. Oh shit. I won 4. had been so long since I heard Barcelor, I was beginning to wonder. Heard from Barcelor, I was beginning to wonder if he might be dead. No such luck. He's not only alive and well, but he discovered another tower. It's old and a little run down, but many of the buildings are still intact. He found the creatures that dwell there to be rude and stubborn. They wouldn't join him, nor did they have any interest in battling the Air Lord. They can't be all that bad if they didn't like Barcelor. According to Barcelor's crudely drawn map, the tower is far to the east and slightly north of my own town. Did the AI lose a mage? Because I used spells and the AI didn't, so they ended up just whittling away. Hey, suckers. That leadership putting some work, I know, right? The school is closed to the likes of you. Is it though? How wonderful, Hemross says. A school of magic! I can't believe our luck. You really ought to increase either your knowledge or your spell power there. It's only a 1,000 gold. And you could use the extra boost. Maybe have any other heroes visit here as well. No worries, return my fatara. Could it be? Can't say I didn't try, and as expected, they did force mysticism. With a crack of thunder, you're suddenly surrounded by storm elementals. Mysticism, well, yeah, we knew we were gonna get mysticism. Why not just give us source for Hannah, right? Ooh. The orb. What's the victory condition here? Defeat all enemies. We protect this dune for our master, the Lord of Air. No one else shall have it. Swooping down from the clouds are lots of air and storm elementals. They scream battle cries and surround you, forcing a fight. Weak souls. You're not sure where Barcelor came from, but suddenly he's standing next to your horse. Your hand goes quickly to your side, but there's no sword to be drawn. Lord Tarnum, this way, Barcelor says with a cocky grin. He saw your startled reaction and enjoyed it. What do you want? The gateway to the clouds is along this trail to the north. I stepped through and saw the elemental plane of air with my own eyes. Remarkable. But some storm elementals chased me back here a couple days ago. I've been waiting for you here ever since. Once again, Barcelor joins your forces, but he and some of the other wizards seem preoccupied with his observations from the plane of air. At least they'll leave me alone for a while. And again, as you can see, just air spells. I have decided that the ancestors are punishing me. They have placed me with these wizards, made me one of them, to completely humiliate me. Today I made an attempt to befriend these learned men. I stripped to the waist, stood in the nearest snowbank, and then I challenged every man in the camp to wrestle. Not one accepted. Come on, I shouted. You, and you, all of you can take me on at once. Nothing. They just stared at me like I was insane. No wonder they need their spells. They're afraid to do anything that requires a little sweat. And isn't it ironic that I, the barbarian king who slaughtered thousands of magic users, now must master magic himself or the world will perish? The ancestors must be laughing at me. I know I would be if I were in their shoes. They said that town was built up. School is closed. Doors open. By the power of mysticism in me, I can use my spells. How do the annoying ones survive? I don't know. Typical Tuesday in Barblands, clearly. They're here. Although it takes many years to master a weapon, using one is relatively natural. Anyone can pick up an axe and swing it. It's a tool. But I wonder who came up with the complex spells that make up magic. No wonder most of these wizards have such scrawny bodies. Everything is about formulas, equations, and complicated actions. All to draw the desired result. It takes forever to memorize a simple spell. Whoever came up with it must have been a madman! Today, some of my assistants summoned me to a frozen pond near a grove of trees. The wizards broke a hole in the ice with their staves and removed the shards of ice with their bare hands. When the preparations were finished, everyone stood in a circle around the hole. "This is called a seeing pool," Hemross said. "Any still water can be used to create it." "What does it do?" I asked. "With it, we can find a person even over great distances." Hemross explained that they were going to try to find Barcelar. I wasn't sure what to expect, so when the water began to glow in eerie blue, I took a step away from the hole. Hemross grinned, amused at my apparent fear. Suddenly, the surface of the water became shiny and flat, like a mirror, and then a single figure appeared. I bent over to look closer. It was Barcelar, walking upon what looked like a field of white clouds. The plane of air, perhaps. "He still lives," Hemross said. The other wizards applauded. Great battle, Tarnum. Lord Tarnum, Barcelar says, stepping out from the trees. "Leave it up to that weasel to wait until after the fight to step forward." "King Magnus has chosen his leader well. However, you should visit the Marletto Tower to learn what they have to offer. Every little bit counts, eh?" Time to chain lightning, boy! Yeah, man. Is that witch hut water magic? I think it's air magic. It is the plane of air. By the way, we have water magic already. The annoying one continues to survive and be annoying. Hey, Meridian! Welcome to the Avatar chapter. I ordered Hemross to peer into the seeing pool again, but this time to do something useful. These wizards just don't understand strategy, or else they would have told me before they had the power to find people. Find the Lord of Air and his conflux, Hemorrhoid. I ordered. Lord, I'm afraid you've been mispronouncing my name. It's supposed to be Hemross, the mage instructor said. Finally, the man found his courage. Whatever, just find the Air Lord. Later, Hemross reported that the Lord of Air couldn't be found, even though they were able to locate his conflux. The troops within were preparing for war. He saw sprites, air elementals, and storm elementals. Lots of them. It seemed easy for you to find Barcelor. Why can't you find our enemy? If he were dead, the spell wouldn't work, but that isn't likely in this case. I believe the elemental lords are immortal, although that is not my strongest subject. So, what does it mean? It could mean several things, Lord. I've consulted with the others, and we've decided that perhaps the Lord of Air is so powerful that he can hide himself from the seeing pool. So, basically, what you're telling me is you don't know? Wizards hate to admit their ignorance. Yes, Lord. Luna. We protect this crystal cavern for our master, the Lord of Air. No one else shall have it. Except now me, because I beat you. Ho ho ho. Yeah, magic mirror. Enchanter army, assemble! Today we take the fight to our enemies. Hey, Gandalf. It's the Avatar Gnome. None can take the Tome of Air Magic. It is ours! No, it's mine. And it had Dimension Door, thank goodness. Luna. And now, Avatarnum is the last airbender. Ignore the fact that we're about to go fight in the plane of air against the Lord of Air. Because he's the last airbender. airbender to surpass all airbenders. Oh my god! Oh no! That's unacceptable. Asshole fear. Oh no. Rip 21 enchanters, yeah. Asshole game. Struck again. A few days ago, I sent a scout to investigate some rumors I've been hearing from the locals. This morning, the man returned. I clenched my fists at the report of sprites held in cages, enslaved by the Lord of Air. The Air Lord holds their children hostage, forcing the adults to fight for his cause, work in his mines, and other such horrors. Sprites may be magical creatures, but they're slaves, and I'm familiar with that helpless feeling, that your life is not your own. Nothing is more crippling than being subject to the whims of a cruel master. Those are the memories that drove me to become the maniac I used to be. Perhaps I went too far, but I still like to think that my cause was just. We're going to free those sprites, I promised. Yeah, couldn't handle wrestling the commander. Arrived on the plane of air. No. That works too. 5 genies approach you under a white banner. Lord Tarnum, they address you with a deep bow. We would like to join your army. Some of my people are still too afraid of the Air Lord to disobey him. But if you could free them, I'm sure they will join your battle against the elemental lords. I could just DD over, but that's cheating. We found the place where the sprite children are being held. Barcelor was the one who discovered the holding pens and sent word to me. I immediately dispatched a large contingent to free the children and bring them to my tower until we could deal with the Air Lord and free their parents. One of the genies who recently joined your side explains that you might even be able to convince some of the air elementals to join you. They're Brutus creatures, not too bright, and will jump at the chance to do battle no matter who the opponent. I think I'll pass. Even though you walk on a solid surface, you know that there is no ground beneath your feet. However, trees and mountains sprout up from the white clouds, making them appear as an endless fog. At least, it makes you feel more comfortable to think of them that way. Otherwise, you drive yourself crazy trying to figure out where a tree's roots could go. Enough of that. No more. Some of the sprites have learned that their children are now safe, so they deserted from the Air Lord's army. They desperately wanted to reunite with their children, so I wasn't able to convince them to join me. I did, however, get a little information out of them before they flew away. Unfortunately, the Lord of Air has fled the elemental plane of air. I regret that I'm not going to get the chance to face him. When asked where he went, the sprites simply shrugged. They didn't know, but they did know that he left most of his forces behind to guard his realm until he returned. And clearly we've broken his army. So that's the end of that. could also be the end of the story, too. Look at that timing. Nice advice. Minimap was all brown. Yeah, it was dirt terrain. Fear the fear. They really want that sulfur pit, and they didn't have it. Ah, yes, I remember this one. Hey drones, welcome to the stream. It's been a long time since I see the map, I don't know the souls, but yeah, there's no clouds as a land type. You're right. They have to superimpose this right. Don't drink the water. Tarnum must defeat all of the fortresses. All heroes will be limited to level 20, but Tarnum and his 3 best heroes will transfer to the next scenario with their spells, skills, and experience. The Orb of Driving Rain will transfer to all scenarios. The Elemental Lords already departed for our world by the time Tarnum reached the plane of water. Tarnum's preemptive attack turned out to be a mistake. Now we had to gain control over all 4 elements if we had any hope of returning home. We were unable to return to our plane of existence. When the Air Lord left his realm, he crushed the gateway to the clouds behind him. With all these wizards around, you would think one of them would have warned me that the only way back to our world is to gain mastery over the complex town. So I have traveled here to the plane of water to conquer the water and ice elementals. That's surely going to be water magic. Summon some water spells. Summon Boat is OP. Summon Boat is OP. Everybody attacks fortresses, yeah, man. He was warned, yeah, exactly. Magnus told him you weren't going to be able to get back. Zipsirium, calling him out. You right. I remember this map being a little annoying. Some boat is OP. Some boat is OP. Some boat is OP. Hey, Tenjoni. Welcome to the Avatarnum Chronicle. Wonder what that witch hut teaches. Indeed. Indeed. Hey, guy. Welcome to the stream. Oh, well, they're not mods. They're loyal viewers. And I recognize my loyal viewers. And appreciate them. Yeah, comrades. This realm of water is worse than the plane of air. Everything bobs slowly up and down as if the entire world sits on a ship in a storm. Even when I'm standing on solid ground, if you can call all this mud solid, bouts of seasickness overcome me. Barsolar insists that navigation is an important skill to master, but I say a magical cure for queasiness is far more urgent. Sorry, Lord Tarnum, I don't think there is such a thing. I wonder if he was telling the truth. Oh. You know what that means, boys. Everyone's favorite secondary skill is coming. I also like how we carry the tomes in between, even though it doesn't tell you that you're going to. Barsolar shook his head as we met this morning. We've been trying all night, through every magical means possible. We simply cannot contact Gavin Magnus. Then we're on our own, I said. Yes, I'm afraid he will think we are lost. Well, there is nothing we can do about it but continue on, I said, trying not to sound too happy. Now, maybe I can lead this army of wizards without any interference. Earth magic. Visit the lighthouses and you will go further. But where are the lighthouses? Today, Barsolar left on a small boat with only a few gremlins for a crew. He's going to explore the realm and attempt to determine the locations of our enemy. I have no doubt he also plans to study the specific nature of this plane. In the last week, he's been hiding in his tent. He's been hiding his tent more than usual, scribbling away. To keep him focused while he's away, I've ordered him to send regular reports. My mage instructor, Hemross, has uncovered some interesting information concerning two artifacts that are known to be located on the plane of water. Individually, both the Necklace of Ocean Guidance and the Sea Captain's Hat, increase someone's speed over water, but if one person wears them both, they form Stannis' Hat. This will allow the wearer to board or disembark a ship without losing their movement for a day. Such a powerful item! And it teaches you Expert Summon Bow! It's truly the best item in the game. Hey, Jibo. He looks like the Avatar in him. We get DD. Yeah. Easy money. I'll try not to use it, though. How is that boat on the ice? Not flagging dwellings? Nah, I'm only going to use the enchanters. We don't need the dwellings. If Hardak was here, he'd find a cure for this sickness. Clearly. Yeah, he stopped calling him hemorrhoid. I think it's broken. Only he actually started with Magi. Could you imagine? There it is, the Necklace of Ocean Guidance! Tarnum, get your skinny ass down there! All of this water travel is horrible. I'm losing weight from all the retching, and I still haven't gotten used to fighting when the ground is moving beneath my feet. And I seem to be the only one having a problem with seasickness. These wizards move about with ease. When I ask them how they do it, each one has given me a different cure for the queasiness. Of course, none of them has worked. Just about the only thing I can keep down is tea and toast. I'll take those. And there's the Sea Captain's Hat! Tarnum! Get over there! Tarnum is down with the sickness, down with the down with the down. Use this whirlpool, it will transport you to the other matching whirlpool. It's its own whirlpool. You are surprised to find genies on the plane of water, but soon realize they are trapped here guarding a pair of boots of levitation. Do you want to attack them to get the boots? Yes, I do. Dumbo genies. So close. Navigation, it's right there. I'm trying not to. I don't want it. Today I got my first report from Barcelar. I admit I never expected an owl to land on a nearby tree branch and start speaking with Barcelar's nasal whine. Lord Tarnum, I have traveled far already, and I have noticed that water and ice elementals block about every passage in this realm. They will attack without question, so I have stayed away from them thus far. You may want to have one hero deal with these creatures, while another picks up the floating debris. There is a veritable fortune floating on the water. I have sent some of what I have collected. I looked around, not sure what Barcelar meant. Then the owl picked at a small pouch tied around one of its legs and dropped it on my lap before it flew off. No sooner had I untied the pouch than it exploded in my face, nearly burying me beneath a pile of wooden gold. Scales litter the ground outside the den of some greater basilisks, enough to fashion an excellent suit of armor. Unfortunately, the creatures are likely to attack if you come near. Do you want to risk a fight with lots of greater basilisks to get the armor? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah! Ah, screw it. You're a wizard, Tarnum. Be a wizard. Fuck it, that's where the boots are gonna come in handy. Chill in there, recover some spell points. From the depths of the water, a horde of water elementals appear. We have been instructed to kill anyone who dares to approach this Chronicles. Leave now or face burn. Will you fight the water elementals for the necklace? I will. Because I must. I just want to beat the shit out of that. Game is teaching you everything. Should make a series called The More You Know. Could you voice the annoying one even more annoying? I could. Water and ice elementals block our way. How are we supposed to know? Thanks so much, game, exactly. Welcome back, Driftlord. You're a wizard, Tarnum. Who needs a boat when you can walk over the water? Exactly. Voice acting 39 out of 10. I try. Did the enchanters cast shield on the cart? Yeah, air shield. There's a nice elemental there. Barcelor's owl returned again with a short message. There is a town to the north that is not held by the enemy, or at least it wasn't when this message was sent. At this point I could use all the income I can get, so this is good news. Thank you again, Barcelor. Truly timely with the messages. Level 20, Jesus. So much more than it normally is. Alright, it's clearly gonna force out navigation, so let me speed it up and go get it to expert. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Of course, I can't afford it, but... We're getting those navigations, aren't we? Yeah, we're getting it. Ain't nobody. You find a sea captain's hat lying on the ground, but you notice the water around it swirls unnaturally. Probably water elementals using the artifact as bait for a trap. Will you battle them for the hat? Yeah, put them down! What'd you get? And now, we have forged it! Stannis's hat! Yes! Yes! I barely slept a wink last night thanks to this blasted seasickness. Miserable, I collapsed on the wet ground outside my tent. The mud soaking into my robes didn't matter. My clothes were already covered with the filth of more than 3 weeks of vomiting and marching through the swamp. I haven't felt well enough to wash, not that it's a concern of mine. A little dirt never hurt anyone. But this morning as I mounted, I noticed out of the corner of my eye 2 mages snickering and pointing at me. Were they laughing at my appearance, or was it because I was the only one who seemed to be seasick? They were lucky I was in this condition, though. Otherwise, I would have rode over there and smashed their noses in. Oh, more gloves. That doesn't actually help me, though. Although it was odd to hear Bossler's voice coming from an owl's beak, I realized today that I was finally getting used to it. The creature landed on my arm this time. First, it explained that unlike the enslaved sprites, the creatures of the fortress work for the Lord of Water willingly. This wet world is their home, and they are simply defending it for their master. That I can understand, even respect. But they stand in the way of my return home. I've let it be known that I want no unnecessary cruelty against these people, and that the punishment for such acts will be death. Song boat is OP. 39. Come at me, bro. This is the location of the orb of driving rain, but a horde of ice elementals guard it. The ground is frozen and slick, making your approach dangerous. Do you want to attack? I do. I must. That's how it's done, baby! Yeah, we clearly are going to use this navigation again after this. Will be punishable by death. Immediately proceeds to slaughter gnolls. Yeah, man. Hey, Vaishant. The immigrant lived to tell the tale. It did. Indeed, it did. I don't really want Master Genius, though. Oh no, I did get extra Earth, okay. I was gonna say, what the hell? And then the last lot's fire magic. So no wisdom, no intelligence. No logistics. Big sad. But you're still a wizard, Tarnum. On a large mossy rock sits rests the shiny buckler of the Knoll King, but you also see a horde of gnolls lounging on the ground around it. They're not going to let you get the buckler without a fight, so do you want to continue? I do. See, we could have totally gone through that world. Level 20, we're done receiving experience. I'm beginning to understand sea travel better. The more lighthouses under my control, the faster my ships will move because they won't have to worry much about running ashore at night. Now I need to concentrate on taking as many of them as possible and to keep control of them. The faster my ships, the sooner I'll be able to conquer this realm and move on to the next. That's what you get. I'm looking for some real heroes. Damn straight, Vishant. Damn straight. He knows. It's great. Hey, Autumn, welcome to the stream. Well, thank you for watching. Hey, just finished watching the VOD of you conquering the underworld and you're already streaming again. Yeah, man. And we've optimized the wood cutting, so now I don't waste time on that. But now we are the Avatarnum. Always one step. Yeah, I mean, now we have Stannis' hat, so It's pretty mitigated. That's why I rushed over there as soon as I found the 2 arties. I was like, fuck this, I'm not dealing with this. Actually, now that I'm over here, before I leave, I gotta pick up this defense boost. Hey, Nick, he means Mortal Kombat, clearly. Oh, what a turn. Holy crap. That went even better than I thought it would. Found their talents, boys. The Lord of Water is gone, reported Barsler's owl. I didn't hear the rest of his message as I got a sinking feeling in my tender stomach. Had I made a mistake coming to the elemental plane so quickly? If the elemental lords have already gone to my world, then what kind of mayhem can they cause before I can master the elements? Bring it on, Marist. That's what I assumed it would be. Just had to be sure. Water and ice elementals protect the powerful tome of water magic here, left here by the Water Lord. You try to draw the creatures away with a distraction, but they won't budge. If you want the tome, you must fight the elementals for it. So we attack! And we got him! Yeah! Oh, combat. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Oh, so close. No! Like elemental crop dust there. How did I lose a unit there? Because they're losers. We technically know half the spells in the game. I think we missed a couple earlier, but sure. Technically. You promised boat combat. We had boat combat. Didn't we? I mean, I fought them boat to boat. I can't help if they didn't show up in the boats. No. Just let those get distracted. Put him down! Round 2! Yeah! Oh, 2 books, you're right. I called a conference with my advisors to discuss the possibility of returning home through other means, but everyone was convinced that the way was blocked except to those who have power over the conflux. I tried to make it through the meeting without retching, stubbornly holding back the churning feeling. In the end, it was a lost cause. I doubled over and retched right there in front of all my assistants. By the ancestors, will nothing give me relief? I moaned before I realized what I was saying. What did you say, Lord? Asked the mage instructor, Hemross. Nothing, I mumbled, and immediately ordered an end to the meeting. I was too sick to do anything about it, but I heard a couple snickers as the wizards left. So they have but one other town. Pretty sure the only possible spell it could give me is summon water elemental, right? Good, I was hoping they'd take that town. Now I can take theirs. No. There are holes in your fort? Hey man. They're being put down! Yeah! Tower defense on 3. Summon boat is a Hey, I win. Well, we'll be here all day, so. Did you just move a whole boat through dimensions? Yeah, man. You can DD in a boat. You didn't know that? That's why pike drill is garbage. Yeah, how do you lose this? Come on. What are you doing with your life? Summon boat is OP. Summon boat is OP. Summon boat is OP. Summon boat is OP. Well, that hurts him more than it hurts me. I can just recast Blast, you dumbo. Come on, towers, help me out here. We're gonna make it! I believe! No! No! Why? Why, morale? Oh my god! What a throw! What a throw! Dun, 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 dun. Impossible AI, by the way. Way to be there, pick with him. Way to be there. Now this town he can have. I said you can have it. GG! Yeah, we can't end it yet. He didn't bring an army. Yeah, you're right. If I didn't have someone vote, I would have lost. Oh my god, we're still gonna lose. Win, I mean. Even trying to lose, we're gonna win. Alright, better idea though. I did a couple turns wrong. I could have thrown better. There we go. Oh no, we lost! Is this supposed to be a throw? Yeah, we failed to lose. We actually failed to lose. How is that even possible? So I wanted to trap them there, because there's still more to the map I haven't explored, in case there are extra stat boosts anyway. I'd like to pick them up. I don't know all the town-based ones, though, so I don't have to go for those. See, like this. And there's also story, I'm sure. Pretty sure. I guess it's just story, but okay. Yeah, there it is. Hemross was enjoying his breakfast right in front of me while all I could keep down this morning was tea, a special brew that was the only thing keeping me from collapsing from starvation. You called on the ancestors before. Why? He asked me. I pretended to take a long sip from my drink while I thought of an answer. Because the universe seems to hate me right now. Why not call on some gods for help? I said. An interesting choice to call upon the gods of the barbarians, Hemross said. I shrugged, noticing the suspicious look the mage instructor was giving me. It amuses me. Well, I'll leave you to your tea, Lord Tarnum, Hemross said, dismissing himself quickly. There was something odd about the way he said that last part. I couldn't remember what the plotline is, but I guess they are poisoning his tea. Clearly the one is right here. You'd think it's an impossibility, but then Rams proves us all wrong and fails to lose on impossible. I know, right? Hey, Dave. Wow! Cock's gonna cock, what can I say? How are we supposed to take back that town? I know, right? Sarner's 100% justified in his racism? We'll see, we'll see. You can spam the truth on your own. I don't read losers. But you can't spam it. It's... Because it doesn't have mod privileges. It was banning people, so like... It can't post the same message multiple times. Like, Twitch calls it out for that. No, it's not even the 5-second cooldown. It has to wait 30 seconds before it can post the same message again. It's Twitch's spam detection. Because I don't know how to turn off all the permissions for it as far as timing out is concerned, so I just unmodded it so that it doesn't time people out, because it was timing people out. And since I can't see the messages of people when they get timed out, that's kind of a big no-no. Now that I had a grasp of these magic spells, I realized it was time for me to apply my understanding of tactics to their use. I summoned all my advisors to explain. Golems are too slow to send out right away. The enemy's archers will pick them off before they can do anything. The best tactic is to have them stay behind and guard the enchanters. Same with the gargoyles and the nagas. We have all this magic, why not let the enemy come at us? Then give it to them real good. I thought the objective of battle was to attack, said the new gargoyle master. Rabarak! He was a young wizard, almost as obnoxious as Barcelar. When we have the power of enchanters behind us, and superior numbers, why not attack? Because, you moron, you'll lose most of your troops just trying to reach the enemy. What use would that be? All you need do is cast haste on your troops to assure you get the first move, and lure the enemy in, I said. Look at that, game still teaching us how to play, all these years later. Well, Jibo, now you know. When was the last time I was well? I can't recall. When I woke this morning, I stared for an hour at the pot of tea near the fire. I just couldn't face another day of that stuff, so I immediately ordered one of the gremlins to bring me wine. And lots of it, I shouted. As long as I was going to vomit, I might as well be drunk too. I'd rather just do this. There you go, Dave. Should be all set up for you. Aren't you supposed to play Chronicles before Helm 3? No. You'll see. Next chapter. I mean, technically, if we were doing them supremely chronologically, these all would have been played already. Except for Clash of the Dragons and Sword of Frost. This morning I approached the other wizards all sitting together eating breakfast. I smiled at them, placing a half-empty goblet of wine on the table. Then I grabbed a handful of eggs, threw some sausage on top for good measure, and shoved it all in my mouth. I watched as their jaws dropped. They watched me choke down the food, lean back, and belch toward the heavens. "You seem to be feeling better," said Hemross. "Yes," I said, retrieving the wine before I started walking away. A few yards away I stopped and yelled back, "If I start feeling ill again, I'm going to come looking for you, Hemross. You won't like it." I kept walking, leaving the wizards whispering frantically. Yes, I had figured out that they had been putting something in my tea that was making me sick. Good joke, considering the way I had been treating them. I can take a joke. Once. It's probably the last one. And now we win. Oh, here we go. Tarnum must... Hard place. Tarnum must now fight the dungeon overlords. All heroes will be limited to level 25. But Tarnum and his 3 best heroes will transfer to the next scenario, along with all of their skills, spells, and experience. The Orb of Silt will transfer to all scenarios. Of all the elemental planes, the plane of Earth felt most like the real world. But Tarnum still struggled with his hatred of magic, even as he began to realize that his own power was going far beyond the wizards in his command. I welcomed our arrival in the elemental plane of Earth, solid ground at last. But like everyone else, the first thing I noticed was a feeling like there was a lead weight tied around my ankles, endlessly pulling me downward. The mages complained of feeling heavier, or listless. Soon I noticed they were tiring out quicker, forcing me to make more stops during the day. I think my strength has allowed me to continue when they are near collapse, but even I feel the draining effect of this unseen weight. Go east to take the dungeon town. Don't tell me what to do. South to Sodville, northeast to Norton. This town is called Corona. This town is called Corona. This town is called Corona. Yes, it is. It's called Corona. There they are. The spells of the earth. A band of Nagas who dwell on this plane have agreed to join our cause for the sake of the rest of the Nagas who still live in my world. Finally, I have swords in my ranks, and remarkable swordswomen these Nagas are. With a blade in each of their arms, I don't think that even I could keep up with their lightning attacks. It cheers my heart to see them go into battle. Yeah, we got the Nagas. All Nagas are queens. Barcelar's owl arrived today with a crudely drawn map of the region. The Earth Lord has left some dungeon overlords behind to protect his realm while he's away, the owl said. About all I could determine from the map is that my enemy currently occupies 2 dungeon towns far to the south. Another town is located far to the east. Sorry, between us, also to the south, is an unoccupied dungeon town. Another town is located far to the east. But you feel sorry for not having navigation now. I do have navigation. You nerd. You could say we were between a rock and a hard place. Putting Nagas on the game of Earth. Games writers are racist. Kindly AI. Up ahead is the pyramid, guarded by gold and diamond golems, protecting the secrets of a powerful level 5 spell. Whoever enters must have the wisdom to learn 5th level spells, or it will be lost forever. Totally didn't figure that out in the last map. From the cracks in the nearby walls spring a horde of troglodytes, and Tarnum learns fire magic. Didn't pay attention. You notice that this pile of gold is a little larger than most. The slightest hiss of snakes alerts you to nearby Medusas who must prey upon unwary travelers. Are you really interested in this gold to face lots of Medusas? No. No, I am not. I fought these dungeon creatures before, long ago. Since they spend most of their lives beneath the ground in their dark tunnels, they can fight well in the dark. In fact, they prefer it. They often ambush their foes instead of fight them face to face. There is no honor in them. They only want to win. This campaign feels too easy. I mean, they've all been pretty easy in Chronicles. Tarnum gets pretty busted pretty quickly. Learn fire magic on the earth plane. Yeah, we've learned them all a plane early. Like how they always give you a tower town so you can always have enchanters. Yeah, man. They can also fight in the dank, like Dank Rock, yeah! My mission's still on 4. Oh, we have 5 chapters. I was just saying, you were underestimating how long Chronicles takes. I mean... I didn't think it would be this easy. Okay. Now I'm sure when we get to the one with, those two 5... The 2 that are only 5 missions each, the World Tree and then the Fiery Moon, I think actually might be difficult. I don't remember getting too buff in those. And on Impossible, I don't think they'll be as simple as this. But we'll see. Alright, time to go west. Fuck you, fast, you suck. Luckily, I was still awake. Last night, as I was sitting about the magic, as I sat thinking about the magic that I now controlled, I caught a faint stench in the air. It took me a moment to recall it, but when I did, I bolted from my tent and immediately cast a spell of sparkling blue light in the air above my camp. Strewn about the camp was a horde of troglodytes attempting to sneak into all of the tents. One stood just a few feet away from me, temporarily startled by the explosion of light. I punched it hard enough to crack its skull. "Up, you lazy wizards!" I shouted. "The enemy is here!" Even though the troglodytes managed to get into the camp, we made short work of them with no losses and only a few injuries. They don't call it the Wild West for nothing. Yeah, man. Explosion of light, but they're blind. Yeah, I was thinking that. Even though he's becoming the Avatar and he can still cast skulls, yes. That's been the ongoing theme here. His reluctance to accept magic. But Hemross just caught him. He said by the ancestors, and Hemross said, "Why'd you say that?" cast. That's what you get, little bitch. So I only have 2 towns. I'm gonna guess the underworld is how you get to the tomes, though, so I'm gonna go there next. Hey, VBH Dot. Yeah, Sodville. Hey, even this game is saying SOD is supreme. It's SODville. 3D unknown. It was 5K. How about that? That wasn't what I meant to do. Of course. Every single month, too, has been the plague. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, where the fuck's the tome? Guess there's no knowledge boost down here. Fair enough. There it is, boys. Ultimate Level 23. I am getting my revenge for what the mages did to me on the plane of water. There isn't a wizard in my army that isn't covered in sweat by midday, thanks to that unforgiving invisible weight that sits on us. With all the dust around here, they are filthy, as well as the dirt sticks to the perspiration. True, I am suffering as well, but I don't mind it. It feels like a hard day of labor, and I haven't had one of those in a long time. Make you feel alive. Dragons. Oh, okay, they casted it back. I was gonna say, why am I slowed? This one's gonna be done pretty quickly. Oh, that's where the dragons came from. And we come in right here. We're missing all the story, by the way. Notice for the Hey Sleeve, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're actually getting close to Heroes 4. It's gonna be in a couple of days at this rate. And the memes shall be broken. Winds of War giveth, winds of war taketh away. But before we get there, Barsalar entered camp today. He seemed exhausted, and he was covered in just as much grime as the other wizards. However, I noticed Barsalar had lost some weight around the middle, and his face seemed more defined. The exercise that came with long weeks of exploration must agree with the man. So, do you have anything new to report? I asked him, once he had a drink of cool water. Not much, he said, then reached into his robe and pulled out a short length of wood, broken and splintered on one end. Just this, he said. What is it? The base of a wizard's staff. I even recognize the symbols there at the bottom. It belonged to a famous wizard who disappeared almost 200 years ago. What's it doing down here? What's it doing here then? I asked. Well, the story goes that a group of powerful mages wanted to create the ultimate golem, so they tried to find passage to the plane of Earth, where they could possibly find the hardest substance in the universe. Many believe they died when they cast the spell, appeared at the bottom of the ocean or something, but others think they made it to the plane of Earth but couldn't find a way back. That sounds familiar, I said. Yes, it doesn't matter since this happened 200 years ago. They'd all be dead by now, Barsalar said. Unfortunate, we could have used the help. I stepped outside my tent this morning and immediately broke into laughter at what I saw. Apparently, to alleviate some of the weight they have to carry throughout the day, many of the mages decided they would abandon their dusty robes and go shirtless. Never have I seen so much pale flesh at one time, but I have to admit, after nearly 2 months on the plane of Earth, these scrawny men were beginning to show some signs of getting in shape. Their white bellies were a little smaller and their stick-like limbs starting to show some muscle. I tore off my robe and walked among them. Who wants to wrestle? I said. A few of the mages even looked like they wanted to, but no one dared step forward. They almost found their courage. Ha! I'll make barbarians out of you yet. We all assumed they would be dead, so when a group of rugged-looking mages stepped from a large cave, we never imagined they were the mages who came to the plane of Earth to make the ultimate golems. We approached and introduced ourselves. Greetings, Tarnum. We are happy to see other mages. I am Ramus, said their leader. We sat down with the men, sharing a meal and much talk. To our amazement, Remus and the others claimed to have been in this place for only 16 years. Impossible, considering they had been missing for 200. Someone was wrong. But you've been gone for, began Pontifex, the Golem Master. So long, I interrupted. If these men actually don't realize how long they've been away, blurting it out was not the way to tell them. How did you survive? Remus explained that they constructed golems as their soldiers, 2 guards for each mage. Whenever one of the golems was destroyed, they just made another. Unfortunately, they had not yet discovered a way to make the ultimate golem. Last night, after our meal with Remus and the missing mages, I had a meeting with my advisors. How was this possible? How can they believe that they've only been away for 16 years? I demanded. I had the sinking feeling that I wasn't going to like the answer. Hemross, the mage instructor, shook his head. So did Pontifex and the others. Only Barsalar seemed to have an idea if his serious expression was any indication. What is it, Barsalar? I asked. He had been studying these elemental planes even as he explored them. It would take some experiments to test my theory, Lord Tarnum, Barsalar said non-committally. I don't care about your experiments, Barsalar. I want answers, even if you're not sure. What's going on here? Time, Lord Tarnum. The elemental planes are fundamentally different from our world. It would make sense that time, too, would work differently here, Barsalar said. The other wizards all nodded as they began to follow their colleague's path of thought. So, I said, are you telling me that everything moves slower here than in our world? Yes, or you could say that time moves quicker in our world. Either way, 200 years in our world is equivalent to 16 here. We can expect that by the time we return to our world, at least a couple decades will have passed. Several of the advisors dropped their wine cups. I just closed my eyes and hoped that the elemental lords didn't destroy the world during that time. Today I told Remus and the others the truth about how long they had been missing from the world. I was as gentle as possible, but there is no way to tell a man that his entire family, that everyone they knew, is long dead and buried. I know some of what they are feeling. My own family is long gone, my friends as well. Even the world has changed so much that I no longer remember what life had been like when I was a child. Remus's mages and golems have agreed to join our forces and fight the elemental lord. Stores. Like how they fall somewhere the next time. Yeah, we're clearly done with the story. So let's finish this. Since when is Reborn broken? What do you mean? Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. worry, guys, I wash my hands. Illyria said that the memes will be reborn, and you read it all that is broken instead of reborn. Oh. Don't worry, guys, I wash my hands, not don't worry. This attention to more details is exactly why you attract so many loyal viewers. You're welcome. Gotta stay hygienic. The Secret in the Flames. Tarna must defeat the Inferno Town and gain control of the fire elementals by flagging all fire elemental generators. Heroes will be limited to level 30, but Tarna and his 3 best heroes will transfer to the next map, carrying over all of their skills, spells, and experience. 12 magic, they'll turn into enchanters. Strangest of all the elemental planes was the plane of fire. Brilliant flames covered every inch of the landscape like orange windblown grass, but the fire didn't burn. This is where the immortal hero discovered a secret that would later give him an advantage over the elemental lords. Because his quest is sacred, given to him by the king himself. Okay, Guile. I was a little concerned about coming to the plane of fire. Air, water, and earth I can understand, but an entire world made of fire? Before we came here, I insisted that I go alone. No use sending everyone through the portal only to find out that our robes and hair catch fire on the other side. What I found instead was a realm lit by a brilliant orange glow, and flames licking at my legs like tall grass. With each breath I sucked in the blistering air, too dry to make me sweat but hot enough to make me want to strip off my robes. As I looked around, I saw nothing but pools of bubbling lava, charred mountains, and flames. In a way, it was beautiful. What's in the box? Be careful when you open a Pandora's box, one of your advisors warns you. Just about anything can be stored within these magical containers, including creatures. Do you want to open it anyway? I do. That's why. I did not remember that. The flames dance higher than usual here, curling around each other almost like an odd ceremony. Then the fire takes shape. Arms, legs, a head. Suddenly, a pack of fire elementals stand before you. You prepare for the worst as you open this Pandora's box, but nothing pops out to attack, so you poke your head cautiously inside to see what treasures lie within. Does this one really flag all the generators? It is. Hey guys, you know what's an OP spell? Thrustring! That was without it being... Oh, no, wait, never mind, it was. His quest is sacred, given to him by the ancestors himself. Hey, TV Cow, welcome to the stream. So many boxes. Hey, Vokamwe. It's the Avatar Chronicle. A pack of pit lords and lots of demons are gathered here, attempting to remove a sword stuck in a cold pool of lava. If you want to ship the sword from the blackened rock, you must fight the evil creatures. Do you? I do. Yeah, I can finally build titans. My wizard assistants have warned me about some dangerous artifacts called Pandora's boxes. Apparently they are strewn all over this realm. Some hold priceless treasures, but these powerful boxes can literally hold anything, including an army of fire elementals. Boom. Can dent, more like can't dent, am I right? You could have totally won this on day one, by the way. Dimension Door. There's nothing here that would have stopped me from doing that. Let's try something. Barsalar has found 2 Inferno towns to the south. Not only do the elementals guard this realm, but demons do as well. In the past, I have faced few opponents as dangerous as a demon. As cruel as they are crafty, they will tirelessly pursue their goal. In this case, I know they will fight me until every last one of them has been killed, but that doesn't really matter. The elementals are the ones I want to control, and to do that, I must control all the fire elemental confluxes. No small task. Red has been vanquished. Reams is in front of la 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 dar 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 dar. Oh, the eye of those units, yeah, because the eye doesn't use chain lightning itself. Red Dead: The Redemption of Darnum. From out of the flames rise lots of fire elementals, attempting to frighten you off. They must be protecting the Pandora's box for some reason. Do you want to fight them for it? I do. 20 enchanters? Wow! Lots of Ifrit stand about, dipping the shield of the damned into a shallow pool of lava. They don't seem to be attempting to destroy the artifact, so this must be part of the forging process for this powerful artifact. Do you want to attack the Ifrit once they are done and claim the shield for yourself? Of course I do. There are many imp caches in this area. I'm told that imps like to hoard treasures they steal, usually gold and mercury. Although imps are weaklings on the battlefield, they do travel in large numbers. There's probably several hundred of the creatures inside those caches, but I wonder how much wealth they guard. The Ifrit would dwell here among the flames forged. The Ifrit would dwell here among the flames forged the breastplate of brimstone. That should say who. They are not likely to sell it to you, so do you want to fight them for it instead? Yeah! Level 4 fire spells, aren't there? I can get berserk from either of those towns. When you first touch this box, it nearly burns your fingers. The fiery ground doesn't give off enough heat to cause that, so the heat must be coming from within. Do you want to fight whatever is inside the box? I just want to point out, we've done this so quickly that the plot hasn't even started yet. You're beginning to get the idea that all these Pandora's boxes were left on this plane as traps for the greedy. Fire elementals seem to enjoy hiding within them and attack those unfortunates who open them. So, do you want to take your chances and open this box? The Recanter's Club. At first you think the brilliant blue streaks are lightning, but they stop in midstream, change direction, and flash towards you. They block your path and shape. Energy elementals, says one of your young assistants. Attack! You shout. Level 25. This Pandora's box rocks violently, back and forth, and smoke billows between the cracks. Several of your assistants warn you not to open it, but you don't want to seem like a coward, do you? Do you open the box? Yeah, it's my dick in a box. Easy. Who knew Magic Mirror was a fire spell? you going to take your chances and open this box? I am. And I am rewarded. Well, I'd say I guess you're not allowed to get berserk, but I thought that about the town portal yesterday, and then in our, like, 50th town, we finally got it. The quest now is literally to flag all the fire early pits. Yeah, man. We'll turn and become a pirate of the Caribbean? No. Shit, we didn't think about that. Alright, Drift Lord. I'll probably see you when you wake up, to be perfectly honest. Bear in mind, I woke up 4 hours ago. And started streaming. Literally. And now that we're streamlining the woodcutting process, we don't have to waste time on that. Granted, I still haven't leveled up yet, but, you know, you win some, you lose some. No telling what's inside. But as you approach, your hair starts to stand on end. Are you sure you want to open it? I am. The Orb of Tempestuous Fire. He's a stream machine. Yeah, man. Hey, Saber. But I'm not your mom. Orb! Orb! We have all the orbs! All 4 orbs! Shmore orbs! Shmore orbs! Since we are so close to our goal of conquering all 4 elemental planes, I had a conference with my assistants this morning to discuss strategies for defeating the elemental lords. Unfortunately, Lord Tarnum, said Ramus, there are 4 of them and only 1 of you. Recently, I appointed Ramus as my second-in-command, since he had years of experience fighting the elementals. I found him capable and not as annoying as my other assistants. I can't put my finger on the reason I get along with him any better than the others, especially since his name has so many easy and vulgar ways to mess it up. The elemental lords have an unprecedented command over their respective elements. Alone, one of them has power beyond imagination. Together, I do not think we can beat them, Ramus said. There has to be a way, I said. The ancestors wouldn't have sent me to face them if it was impossible. What we need is something, I said, is something they don't have. I can stand toe-to-toe with them once I get control of all these elementals. But what I need is a weapon that they have no defense against. We'll work on it, Lord. Another box sits among the flames. For some reason you sense a great power pulsing from within. Do you want to open the box now? I do. The Tome of Fire Magic. Honestly, I can just replace the Earth one. I already have all the Earth spells. That's all, folks. Sacrifice. Do you have TP now? Yes, I do. The Earth spells I got from the stuff. I can't take the air book off because I don't have DD or Fly without it, but the rest is fine. I don't have Berserk, so that's why I'm throwing that on. And now, we are the master of all four elements. We have become the Avatanum. Today, Barcelar returned from his exploration of this plane. He had done some experiments while he was away, and mentioned that he had to go over his notes with some of the other wizards. To my surprise, I said, "What did you learn?" Barcelar stammered for a moment. He looked at me as if trying to determine if I was joking. "What? I can't show any interest in your work?" "You never have before," Barcelar said. "Your work hasn't been interesting until now," I replied with a grin to let him know I was kidding. Unfortunately, Barcelar didn't have a sense of humor. Or does he? I still suspect that Barcelar, not Hemross, was behind the potion in my tea that kept me seasick the entire time I was on the plane of water. "Well," Barcelar began to explain, "I've been wondering why the fire here does not burn us. Even paper doesn't burn, unless..." Barcelar pulled a sheet of parchment from his robes, curled it into a tube, and held it above the flames licking at his feet. At first, nothing happened. Then it caught fire so quickly, Barcelar had to toss the paper away before it burned his fingers. "How did you do that?" I asked. "The fire reacts to your thoughts. If you want it to burn something, it will. It's almost a living entity, similarly to the elementals, but not sentient," Barcelar said. I was impressed. I slapped Barcelar on the shoulder and said, "Good work." Yeah, it wasn't the tea. I remembered that as we were going along. I was like, yeah, they put something in the water. Barcelar and Ramus approached me last night, serious expressions on their faces. "We have just come up with some theories that might point to the existence of a new type of elemental, one that could help us battle the elemental lords," Ramus said. "That is, if it exists," Barcelar added. "Explain." Barcelar gestured for Ramus to begin. "My years here on the elemental planes have given me plenty of opportunities to experiment with the unique nature of these realms. I have long wondered that if water, air, fire, and earth can be segregated such as this, then what keeps them together? What binds them, for instance, in our world?" "What?" I asked. "Magic," Barcelar said. I let them know I was skeptical. According to a wizard, magic is the answer to every question. "Yes," Ramus continued. "I haven't been able to prove it until I spoke with Barcelar about his experiments with the fire. We know the fire isn't alive, yet it hears our thoughts and reacts to them. Perhaps that is how the elemental laws manipulate their world so easily. They are linked with the element itself. We think that magic, and perhaps even thought, are elements just like fire and water. If this is true, then there might be a plane of magic." "And magic elementals," Barcelar added. Magic elementals. It all seemed far-fetched, but I gave the two wizards permission to do whatever it takes to find out the truth. Whatever Barcelar and Ramus are up to, they're using all of my assistance, as well as much of my resources. They're building something similar to the magic portals we use to travel between the elemental planes. I just hope it won't explode in their faces. Or worse. Magic is all is magic. The experiment to find the elemental plane of magic culminated last night as Barcelar and Ramus prepared to activate the device they had been building. Instead of ending in a bang, as I had feared, it was more like a whimper. No lightning, no fire, no nothing. "Maybe we're missing something," Ramus said, stroking his beard. "Maybe the plane of magic doesn't exist," I said. But I was wrong. A moment later, where there had been nothing before, a tall figure in a black robe and red turban stood before us. As I approached, I immediately noticed the creature had no face, just a swirling mass of sparkling lights. It remained still. If it had legs, it made no effort to step down from the portal Barcelar and Ramus had created. "Greetings," I said. "I know. And I know why you have called me here." I heard these words not with my ears, but inside my head. Somehow, I knew they came from the strange thing. Before I could form my next question, I heard them again. "I am a psychic elemental. Yes, I come from the plane of magic. Very well. I will stop answering your questions before you ask them, and let you speak." Boom! Is that Prince Sparklywood? It is! You guys can make out the words, right? It's not just, like, the mic's picking this up, right? My knees grew weak, as if I had been running all day. I leaned on my staff to avoid falling. "It's from the plane of magic," Ramus said. "It's talking to me as well," Barcelar said. "This one is a psychic elemental, and there are magic elementals as well." "I am talking to you all, just as you are all talking to me. I held up my hands and shouted, "Hold on! Everyone stop thinking!" To the psychic elemental I said, "We need to talk." In private. Yes, I know. That request is denied. His knees grew weak, arms heavy, Moretti spaghetti. Oh my god! Avatardum! He's now gonna be masters of all 6 elements, including magic and psychic! Somebody touch my spaghetti. Goosebumps. And become a masturbator. He became the ultimate me. Now he has forged the ultimate key. Somebody touch my spaghetti. So much lore. And it's good too. Dude, I still love that meme. All because an innuendo for a name and the most annoying aide decided to meddle with elemental magic. After a day of conferences with my... Oh, yes, we get the music in the background. After a day of conferences with my assistant, we met with the psychic elemental again. We've determined that there isn't any way we can keep it from reading our minds. The psychic elemental is pure thought. Our thoughts are like air to it. So, if we were going to gain the assistance of this creature, we needed to earn its trust. Trust! I am not sure I understand what trust means. These were the psychic elemental's first words as it floated into the tent. If it had any legs, I couldn't see them beneath those robes. Besides, it moved too smoothly to be walking. What? I said. But then it dawned on me. A creature that reads the thoughts of everyone around it would already know if someone were lying to them. Of course it didn't understand trust. It didn't need it. Yes, now I know some of what you are talking about. How do you creatures do it? You said you already knew why we contacted you. Can you help us battle the elemental lords? I asked. We cannot. Not without permission from the first. The first? You would call them our leaders. They are the first of our kind, and the wisest. 3 magic elementals who lead us all. Seek them, but know that others seek them as well. I believe they are the agents of your enemy, the elemental lords. Whew. That honestly leaves me lightheaded. But he's not shouting, he's speaking into their minds. What I'm aiming for, if anyone's seen it, is the 8th Harry Potter movie when Voldemort speaks to all the people in the Great Hall. Going for that. Nothing is ever easy. Just when I thought we could go home, now we have to travel to the plane of magic to find the magic elementals known as the First. The mages didn't take much convincing to travel to the plane of magic. I think I've seen a couple of them drooling at the idea, but the gremlins and nagas and others are upset. I convinced them that it would be pointless to return now, only to be defeated by the elemental lords. But I understand their depression. I want to go home too. I'm tired of these strange realms, and I'm especially tired of all this magic. That's it. Huh. And the plotline I'm thinking of must be in the next one. Pick it up, Solomir. Yeah. Why would I need a Mage Guild level 2 if I already have all the spells? I have all 4 books. I am the Avatar now. He's basically overwhelmingly shouting inside their minds. Exactly. The magic that binds. Tarnum is in a race against the armies of the Elemental Lords to find the 3 magic elementals called the First. All heroes are limited to level 33, but Tarnum and his 3 best heroes will transfer to the next scenario with all their spells, skills, and experience. There's only 2 more after this. Tarnum discovered that the force used to bind the elements together was magic, so he became one of the first to travel to the plane of magic where anything was possible. And soon he was in a race against the minions of the Elemental Lords to gain the help of the mysterious magic elementals. The elemental plane of magic is not much different in appearance from my own world. It's a lush, grassy land with thick forests and fields of flowers. Nothing seemed out of place until I watched an acorn fall from a tree. Before it hit the ground, it sprouted red and blue wings and flew off in the form of a butterfly. That's not all. One mage reported seeing a fox leap 30 feet into the top of a tree to catch a sparrow, and the gremlins swear their morning porridge tasted like maple syrup. So far, there have been no ill effects, but I'm afraid half my army is going to turn into pumpkins in the middle of battle. A magic elemental that communicates with telepathy wouldn't understand the concept of indoor voice, because it doesn't need to. It wouldn't understand the concept of voice. Including navigation. Yeah, man, he's the master of his element. No Tower Town. Igne. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Does get a little monkus now, though. Because we have no more enchanters coming our way. Too easy. Basic resistance. Oh no! They took our books! Yeah, once again, Zip Serum, I don't think you understand. The AI doesn't use spells in quick combat. That's why the AI keeps losing the quick combats. Hey Catan, welcome to the stream. The psychic elemental who came to us as an ambassador for his people explained that the magic elementals known as the First are hiding in a grove, waiting for someone to find them. Unfortunately, if I do not reach them before the armies of the elemental lords, the magic elementals may be forced to join my enemy instead. I was given a clue, though. The way to the magic elementals is beyond the gates in the north, but first I must find the Keymaster's tents in order to gain passage. So what's the victory? Accumulate creatures, okay. Eagle Eye? That's the most magical skill there is! Hey, Corral. Tower Defense Hom is harder than the original Kappa. I was having breakfast, trying to ignore the pixies as they flitted around the air over the camp, giggling and shrieking as they played some childish game. One of them dropped low to avoid being tagged by one of the others, and the pixie's foot knocked over my bowl of oatmeal. My angry shout put an end to the game. I stood, scraping heavy globs of my morning meal from my robes. Blasted pixies! I yelled. Find somewhere else to play, or by the ancestors, I'm going to blow off your wings with a lightning bolt. The pixies fled as I strolled back to my tent to change my clothes. For some reason, Hemross followed me into my tent. The moment I saw his gloating smile, I wanted to slap him. What is it? I barked. My, you have changed since you first took command, Hemross said. Your beard is neatly trimmed, and I heard you took a bath this morning. Now you're fussing over a dirty robe. I stared at myself, realizing to my shame that Hemross was right. I'd become one of them. I was a wizard, Harry! If not for my size, a stranger would never suspect that I used to be a barbarian. I tore off the stained robe and threw it at the mage instructor. Do something useful and have that cleaned, I snapped. Hemross laughed as he exited the tent, too pleased with his own victory to be insulted. Water. Air. Fire. Earth. Such are the four elements. But I have mastered them. I am the master of the elements. Let's see which combo party we're building towards. And now have. The Ring of the Stannis. You're a wizard, Tarnum? Indeed. The Avatar! No, the Avatarnum! He's the Avatarnum. Get it? Hey, Elsie, welcome to the stream. Summer boat is OP. Summon 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 boat is OP. I think we can agree that summon boat is OP. You're a level 26 wizard, Harry. At this point, I'm really just giving them time to go up. You've come upon a fight between a necromancer and a paladin. The necromancer blasts the paladin with a firebolt, bringing him to his knees. Acting quickly, you slay the evil one before the final blow. The grateful paladin gives you the armor that saved him. A few days ago, Barcelor departed to study and explore this odd realm. I doubt I could have forced him to stay even if I had chained him to one of the golems. Well, he's proven useful in the past, so I've asked him to keep an eye on the armies of the Elemental Lords for me. those. Styria, we have come for you. Run away, little chickens. I'm going to clip your wings. My ears. Hey, Randall. Why invent a varied cast when you can invent one guy and make him do all the stuff? Exactly. Imagine storm elementals dying to lightning. I know, right? Mind games with AI. Boss Law's owl. Owl arrived this morning. I guess even a barbarian can get used to magical things such as talking owls as if he's been exposed to it long enough. As the owl began its report, I leaned back and listened as if I were talking to a normal messenger. Luck is with us, Lord Tarnum, the owl said in Barcelar's nasal voice. The elementals hate each other almost as much as they hate us. They fight with each other. They think that if one of them reaches the magic elementals first, they will be able to destroy the other elements as well as our own world. I hadn't expected good news this morning. The enemy would be easier to deal with as long as they weren't unified. Styria. I refuse to take any losses. We only have 16 enchanters. We will roll with 16 enchanters. told them I was their master. They should have listened. It actually says lightning vulnerability. It does. Today I found a small well by the side of the road. Deciding I could use all the luck I could get, I approached and dropped a coin inside. A second later, I was hit in the head by something. I rubbed the sore spot on the top of my skull, bent down to pick up the object that hit me, and discovered it was the coin I just dropped into the well. I glanced up at the sky, just in time to see a dark cloud of something descending upon me. I jumped out of the way as hundreds of gold fell on the ground on the spot I had been standing. Amazed by this phenomenon, many of the wizards tried throwing their own coins inside the well, but nothing happened. Go north one step to learn the magic mirror spell from the Oracle of Air. Her services cost 200 gold each time you visit her. I am the Oracle of Air, and for paying tribute to me I will teach you the spell Magic Mirror. But I know that spell. Just ended it the easy way. Wazaa! The 1 gold, yeah, 2001 gold. So many self-inflicted losses. I mean, I didn't care how many of them died to that chain lightning. I see, so these are... no, because these are still right there. I was gonna say, these are still bound by the schools of magic, but they're not, because... Never mind. Oh, cool. Ramus brought me a report this morning from the troops we left in the Plain of Fire to control the territory we conquered. They have learned that the Lord of Fire has enslaved the great Phoenixes and forced them to fight for him, or else he'll destroy the places where the Phoenixes have been born since the beginning of time. As I read this report, I clench my fist around my staff. The Elemental Lords were no different than the wizards who once enslaved my people. To make matters worse, I sat here looking and acting exactly like the bottom feeders who nearly destroyed my people. Teal is gonna get vanquished. It's 33 is the cap, right? Yeah, so I'll wait until the end. Might as well maximize it. I called a meeting of my top advisors this morning. The gremlins brought a table out into the middle of camp. Usually these meetings were held in private. Much of what a wizard does is in secrecy, and I was determined to hold on to at least a small portion of my real identity. I could tell the wizards were uncomfortable as a crowd of gremlins and mages gathered. We have a more urgent matter to deal with, I said sternly. We must abandon our search for the magic elementals. But why? Hemross said. Because I say so. Because the Phoenixes are trapped on the Plain of Fire, slaves to the Fire Lord. As long as I live, I will not allow any creature to be slave to another. They are the slave to Fire Lord Ozai, and the Avatarnum will save the day! It's all meant to be! Oof, alright. I'm starting to get lightheaded. I'm gonna grab something to eat after this cutscene. The mages muttered to each other, while some of my advisors protested all at once. Calmly, Ramus stood and said, Lord Tarnum, if we pull back from the plane of magic now, the magic elementals will be forced to join one of the elemental lords. Then we'll be at a disadvantage. I glared at Remus, and the others. Of course they didn't care about the enslaved Phoenixes. They are the descendants of the same wizards who enslaved the barbarians. I will not abandon the Phoenixes. I'm not asking that, Lord Tarnum. Only that we finish what we do here first. No, I am the commander here. In a few days, I want to know how long it will take for us to return to the Plane of Fire. I consider these cutscenes. Down goes Teal. I heard the shouts soon after I retired to my tent for the night, and among the angry words I caught my name. So I slipped out the rear of my tent, and raced among the shadows toward the source of the commotion, Ramus's tent. "Filthy, thuggish lout," said Hemross. "Watch your voice," Ramus said. "I don't care any longer. He's a brute, not a real wizard. What was King Magnus thinking, making him our leader? Magnus must have had his reasons." "You weren't with us then, Ramus. He's a thug. Wouldn't even let us build a mage guild for the longest time, and I swear he was afraid of magic, like some stupid barbarian." "You're being foolish now, Hemross. He's as powerful as any wizard I've met," Ramus said. I could tell the man was attempting to calm Hemross down. "Just look at him. He's no wizard. He's as big as any barbarian, and I've even heard him pray to the ancestors. Those are the gods of the barbarians. I've looked it up. And now he wants to leave the plane of magic and save some silly phoenixes? This hypocrite! Barbarians are the biggest slavers around!" I had heard enough. I could see Hemross's shadow pacing on the other side of the tent cloth, so I punched my hand straight through and grabbed the man by his collar. Hemross squealed as I dragged him through the torn tent and threw him on the ground. Wrong through. I wanted to smash his skull in, but I just stared at the man cowering at my feet. I swallowed my anger and stormed off without another word. I could tell by the expressions on everyone's face that they all knew just how close Hemross came to dying. Which Chronicle is this number-wise? There are 8, this is 3. Alright, I hope I'm not away for that long, so I'm going to play this theme. This also lets me keep this as one VOD, which I like. So, I'll be right back. Continue with the Avatar Nom, Master of all 6 elements. Look at these kids. Look at these kids. Look at these kids! Look at these kids! Go one step south to learn the Berserk spell! Yes! I actually needed that. This morning, before any of my advisors woke, I placed a table in the middle of camp and waited. Soon a crowd gathered around the table. All knew this was going to be an important meeting. I wasn't a fool. I knew that my decision to return to the plane of fire and save the phoenixes had divided my forces. Some, such as the griffins, such as the gremlins and genies, sided with me, but the mages wanted to stay here in the plane of magic. The word spread quickly through camp, and soon my advisors poured from their tents and sat down at the table. I noticed that Hemross wouldn't meet my gaze. Remus looked concerned. Everyone knows I want to return to the plane of fire. My decision has caused some problems here in camp. I want to know if your resistance to save the phoenixes is a selfish desire to study this plane of magic or some other motivation, I said. The others looked at their hands, the table, anything but my stern face. Only Remus was brave enough to speak. It's a matter of urgency, Lord Tarnum. We know we need the help of the magic elementals to defeat the elemental lords. The magic elementals will be available to us for a limited time. However, the phoenixes will still be the prisoners of the Fire Lord. Remus said. I couldn't argue with his logic, which only upset me more. Since when did I start letting logic rule my decisions? So, Remus, you want to let the phoenixes suffer more while we hunt for the magic elementals, is that right? To save the world, yes! Remus said. I found myself agreeing with the man despite myself, but I was still too angry to leave without striking a few blows of my own. Very well, we'll let the phoenixes suffer their enslavement for a while longer, I said. How easily wizards accept enslavement? Not much has changed since the time of Brigadoon, when you tried to destroy the barbarian people. Did you find real slaves too unpredictable? Is that why you create these mindless golems? I got up from the table before anyone could answer. Damn, he's coming at him! He's coming at him! I don't have fire shield, how about that? Look at the schmorks. Smurfs. The Smurf elementals. Oh no! Oh no! He was smart enough! No! God damn it. Oh! We've got a chance! Thank you, Melissa! Yeah! GG getting this. A one-step beast to learn the frenzy spell. I know the frenzy spell. I ain't gonna do it. One step south to learn the sacrifice spell. I know that spell too. I don't have anti-magic. It's like the one time I actually want to use it. See! Ballista is and always will be MVP. Confirmed. I've been getting dirty looks from the student mages whenever they thought I wasn't looking. Until now I never cared if these magic users liked me, but I was going to have a major problem if they ceased obeying me. Especially during combat. I needed to rely on them, as they needed to rely on me. Normally I would bring such a problem up to the mage instructor, Hemross, but lately I've gotten the idea that he doesn't want to talk to me. It seems that even though I've decided to remain here in the plane of magic, I've made some enemies. You gave it everything you had. Where did they... Oh, okay, there. I was gonna say, where did they get Armageddon from? Oh, I see. So they are all of those spells. When they run out of, like, fire magic spells to give, they give other ones. Gotcha. What was mine turn? That was Did anyone ever use the sacrifice spell? Actually in challenge maps it's pretty useful. AI always uses sacrifice in challenge maps. But in challenge maps it's a cost-effective way to resurrect units. I just don't use it because I'm not a fan of it. I prefer the clone and res strat with AAs. It's like demon farming. You can, I just don't. Go one step north to learn the Slayer spell. I ain't gonna do it. Hey, how does he have a pack of Arc Magi? I really don't think I could have done much more to get them to buff themselves up than I have. The camp is filled with whispers each night, except when I'm around. That's when everyone becomes deathly quiet, as if I was the one they had been talking about. I'm convinced something is going on, and I'm afraid this is the sort of conspiracy that usually ends in death. Last night after dinner I returned to my tent, because no one seemed to be in the mood to talk. I wasn't about to sit around and do nothing about the secrets flying through my camp, but I couldn't strong-arm the men into talking. These wizards already disliked my tactics. So, I resorted to magic. I've had control over air magic for some time now, so it was easy for me to make the air around the camp thinner. Then I grabbed the vibrations of even the softest sound and directed them toward my own ear. Suddenly, I was able to hear the conversations of every person in camp as if they were standing right next to me. Oh. First, I found Ramus mumbling to himself about elemental magic. He was alone, so I searched out another familiar voice. I smiled. Sometimes magic had its uses. I'm not sure that's wise, said Pontifex hesitantly. I mean, he's managed to get us this far, hasn't he? Fool! He doesn't care about a single one of us. He's leading us all to our deaths, I tell you. Listen to his own words. He despises wizards. He's a barbarian, I say. I was certain this last voice belonged to Hemross, the mage instructor. Don't be silly. He's the best wizard I've seen. Maybe even as good as Gavin Magnus. No barbarian spy could do that. Look at him! He's as much said so himself. He hates wizards! You'll see, and you'll be sorry. Most of the other whispered conversations in camp were about me. Nearly everyone suspected that I was a barbarian spy, determined to bring about the downfall of King Magnus. Some even claimed I got us lost on the elemental planes on purpose. I ended my spell and took a drink of wine. I hadn't realized it had gotten this bad. Yeah, Grindon, that's right. Run away. Go one step to the south to learn implosion. One step south to the Oracle of Earth. What was he gonna give him? Sorrow. Yeah, come at me, bro. Oh, that's not what we want. Heh, you suck. This seems familiar. Yeah, I mean, wait until later. The story gets really predictable. Which is a shame. It's like a puzzle. Anti-magic OP, clearly. At least we're finally about to learn it. This morning, Hemross made his move. Before we had a chance to have a bite to eat, he stood up and demanded everyone's attention. "I believe we should have a change in command," he said. "And I think we will all agree that Ramus is the likely choice since Barsalar is not present." I immediately looked at Ramus, who had nearly choked on his tea. At least Ramus wasn't in on this. So, Hemross was the instigator, but how much support did he have? I had to know. Coming to my feet, I said, "You do realize, Hemross, this is not a democracy. I'm not going to take a vote. We don't want you as our leader anymore. We want someone who is going to get us home safely. If need be, we can remove you of your command." Oh, really? Who exactly is going to do that? Hemross looked around at the faces of the wizards gathered here. Several were prepared to help him, but the others seemed uncertain. "So, Hemross, what are you going to do if I refuse to step down? How far are you willing to go?" I had to know, but a familiar, sharp voice said, "Hold on." It was Barsalar, returning from the wild as I had asked. I just hoped it wasn't a mistake. Barsalar and I had never been on good terms, but at least it seemed we shared the same goal. He would have to realize that Hemross's actions would hurt our chances of defeating the Elemental Lords. Sit down, Hemross, and stop this foolishness," Barsalar ordered. He assumed the role of the king's cousin even though he was dressed in dirty, plain robes. "None of us would still be alive if not for the leadership of this man. Of Lord Tarnum. I happen to know that King Magnus wanted Tarnum to lead this quest because Tarnum is skilled both in the tactics of war and magic. He's our best chance at defeating the Elemental Lords." I was surprised by Barsalar's passionate defense. He pretended that it had been the idea of Gavin Magnus to make me leader all along, and that they should trust their king's wisdom. "And King Magnus will certainly learn about the pitiful way some of you have behaved," Barsalar said, staring directly at Hemross. Finally, the mage instructor sat down. 16 enchanters, we conquered the map. This is not a democracy. How dare you, Tarnum? I know, right? This Tarnum is wise, but none shall ever best of Tarnum the Ranger. We'll find out. He's next. Yes, we now know anti-magic. Perhaps I am partially to blame for what happened this morning. I treated Hemross and the others poorly when I first became their commander. Apparently he never forgave me, nor did he forgive Barsalar for supporting me when Hemross tried to take over. That's why Hemross attacked Barsalar. The mage instructor called Barsalar from his tent and challenged him to a wizard's duel. I heard this and stormed out just in time to see Hemross throw a crackling lightning bolt at Barsalar, who stood his ground. The bolt never hit him, but deflected off an invisible shield and struck the ground instead. I've learned a few things while exploring the plane of magic, Barsalar said. That's when I noticed a few of Hemross's students sneaking around behind Barsalar. They raised their hands to cast a spell, so I jumped into the duel. Back to back, Barsalar and I faced the traitors. I casted Frost Ring, followed immediately by Fireball! The mages never had a chance. Behind me, Barsalar and Hemross exchanged lightning bolts. Hemross must have realized he was no match for either of us, so he began to retreat. I cast Slow on the man so he couldn't get away. And then it was over. I yield, Hemross shouted. Barsalar collapsed onto one knee, clutching a shoulder that still smoked from where he was struck by one of the lightning bolts. Heal her, I said, and then approached the mage instructor. To Hemross I said, not too bad for a barbarian, eh? Why did he get resources? Float like a butterfly. Sting like the beak of the bumblebee. Soon, I am told, we will find the magic elementals, and we will be able to return to the plane of fire to free the phoenixes. But I wonder if my army will be able to hold together for that long. What about afterward? I suspect many of the mages hate me because I keep Hemross locked up in a cage with iron golems as guard. Hemross caused a lot of damage before he tried to kill Barsalar. His words planted seeds of doubt in the minds of my men. That could prove fatal for us all. Alright, Tarnum, let's do it. Stand your ground. Fostering OP! Yeah, man, it worked. We all saw it. Or at least heard it. You're a wizard, Tarnum. Scholars! +1 knowledge, +1 defense, +1 attack! +1 spell power! 39 Cerberai! Seven-tier units? Screw that. Enchanters. 16 enchanters to rule them all. Yeah. Trying to do this without having to go back to town and get some more spell power. Some more spells. Or spell points, I should say. Just looking like even with the power of mysticism, that may not be enough. That ain't it, Chief. Alright, let's save some time here. Final guards. No, we lost one. We did it! We are the masters of the elements! What a misclick. Shut up. Avatarnum has done it! And we got all the story, so we can just move on. It's quite the gauntlet of power-ups, though. We are the Elders. The first. Unlike the psychic elementals, these three magic elementals already speak. Actually speak. We know why you have come. The elemental lords desire destruction. Always have. But what they don't realize is that the universe wants to bring the elements together in harmony. That's why you are the Avatarnum! Yes, we will join your battle. This madness must be stopped. Congratulations, you have 3 magic elementals in your armies. Your enemies have no choice but to bow down before your power. I think the enemy should be more impressed on how we got those magic elementals in our army. Birds of Fire. Tarnum must defeat the fire elementals who enslaved the phoenixes. All heroes will be limited to level 35, but Tarnum and his 3 best heroes will transfer to the next scenario with their spells, skills, and experience. Tarnum always had an obsessive hatred for slavers, so when he learned the Fire Lord had enslaved the beautiful Phoenix, he nearly dropped everything. Even when he knew the Elemental Lords would soon attack our world, he returned to the Plane of Fire to rescue them. Finally, we have returned to the Elemental Plane of Fire to free the Phoenixes. To ensure that the Phoenixes remain free, I must not only capture the fires where they are born, but also defeat the Fire Elementals who have enslaved them. The men I left behind to guard this realm tried to attack the slavers, but were easily defeated. Apparently, the enemy has the ability to quickly recruit numerous fire elementals. The longer I wait, of course, the larger my enemy's army will become. Wow, only 19. No, we're screwed. Magic elementals joined Tarnum because they saw what happened to the others. Yeah, man. For 20 XP. Alright, so is this one... Oh, this one's just capture the town. Interesting. The psychic elementals are an excellent addition to my forces, and the stronger magic elementals with their immunity to magic will be a great asset against the elemental lords. One of the magic elementals has even volunteered to take over Hemross's position as mage instructor. With a creature of pure magic training them, I am sure to have the most powerful mages ever! I think we already do. Did you not just see what they did to the other guys, Tarnum? Just DD over and kill him. I don't have DD. They took that book away. Although Barsalar remains with the army now, he has sent a few capable mages out to determine the defenses of our enemy. We've learned that the only way to reach our enemy is through the monolith to the northeast of our conflux. The Phoenix Pyres are somewhere beyond that monolith, but we'll have to destroy the slavers if we're going to earn the complete trust of the Phoenixes, Barsalar said. Oh, sorry, fuck. We've learned that the only way to reach our enemy is through the monolith to the northeast of our conflux. The Phoenix Pyres are somewhere beyond that monolith, but we'll have to destroy the slavers if we're going to earn the complete trust of the Phoenixes, Barsalar said. Now that the meeting was over, I reached out and took the small man's hand. I just wanted to thank you for your support against Hemross, I said. I still held Hemross prisoner in a caged wagon that followed behind my troops. Remus suggested I leave the traitor behind, but I wanted him close so I could keep an eye on him. Plus, Barsalar wants to bring Hemross back before the justice of King Magnus. Perhaps Barsalar thought Magnus would be more lenient. We both acted poorly, Barsalar admitted. I'm thankful that you trusted me to search the elemental planes for you. Few have trusted my abilities before, being related to the king may have its perks, but no one ever believes you earned your position with your own scales. Yes, well, I really just wanted to get you out of my hair, I said. Barsalar smiled at my honesty and said, My thanks for your confidence, Lord Tarnish. Oh! I laughed. Now that's how the game of insults is played. See you later, Borsmolar, I called as the wizard left my tent. I could hear the man's hearty laughter as he walked away. Look at that. We made friends. You realize too late that you have fallen into a trap when the fire spread out before you suddenly takes form as lots of phoenixes burst from the ground. At first you just stare at these beautiful creatures as they soar above you. A living, brilliant inferno. Then they attack. know what? No, let's just save some time. I'll merge them into one stack. Every time. From high above, a group of sprites fly down and reach you. We heard you were going to free the Phoenix and wish to join you, and wish to help you. It was the worst thing for us to be enslaved, and even though the Phoenix is not like us, we cannot stand for their enslavement. Please accept us as part of your troops. This is wonderful. Is it though, Tarnum? Do we really need them? No. So let them die. Warily, you approach the conflux. This has been too easy, and the Lord of Fire is not likely to allow you to waltz through his territory unnoticed. The flames of the fiery fields begin to dance higher and higher, and suddenly, you realize you have been ambushed. I refuse to lose an enchanting. 100 fodder is nice. Yeah, and then we let him die a second later. Exactly. Now you're getting it. One right here. One of Barcelar's spies has managed to slip into enemy territory with some psychic elementals. Currently, the psychic elementals are harassing the Fire Lord's forces while the spy search the area. The man has discovered something interesting. Barcelar says. What? A secret entrance to their conflux? I say. No. While in the south of the region, he was able to learn how to summon fire and earth elementals. He claims the ones who taught him are in hiding, so search every inch of the south if you want to find them. I suggest you do so. We'll need that kind of power against the elemental lords. I already know how to summon them. Lying scout. I burst from my tent as a commotion broke out on the edge of camp. I ran quickly toward the noise, preparing a spell as I go. When I arrived, I found Ramus, half-dressed, trying to hold a water elemental back from a fire elemental. "What's going on here?" I yelled. Everyone fell silent. After countless years as a military commander, I've learned to cast my voice in such a way as to command attention. "Ramus, what is this?" I said. The wizard waved his hand at a group of fire elementals and said, "They're trying to defect from the Fire Lord's army, but the water elementals don't trust them." "How can we? They serve the thinking Fire Lord, said a water elemental. I stared at the fire elementals, but it was impossible to determine anything from their fiery expressions. They had been part of the enemy. It would be foolish to accept them into my own forces without being suspicious. But before I could make my decision, Barcelor approached hurriedly. I'm sorry, Lord Tarnum, Barcelor said, but in my earlier report I was going to give you some good news. Apparently some of the fire elementals are leaving the Fire Lord's army because he's been gone for quite a while. Yes, shouted one of the fire elementals. He's a cruel one, he is. I had an easier solution, and immediately summoned the leader of the psychic elementals. Tell me if these fire elementals truly want to join my forces, or do they have something else in mind? I asked the psychic elemental. They are afraid the master will lose, so they hope to join you, who they call Master of All Elements. The Avatarnum. Well, they were cowards, not deserters. Still, I could use every soldier I could get. You receive word that from your conflicts that the fire elementals have already arrived. Apparently they can travel anywhere in their own plane in the blink of an eye. To add your entire army can't do that. It was 30 Earth Elementals! What?! Today, I ordered Barcelor and Remus to prepare a portal back to our world. The time for our return nears if the reports from the other elemental planes are any indication. The troops I have left behind on the planes of air, water, and earth claim that these realms have nearly been abandoned recently. I think the only reason the plane of fire hasn't seen a drastic reduction of elementals is the Fire Lord is trying to keep the phoenixes for his own forces. The elemental lords are going to start their war soon, and I need to be there before too many lives are lost. Remus will begin construction with the help of Pontific, the Golem Master. Meanwhile, Barcelor will attempt to locate the Elemental Lords so we can enter our world close to their positions. A good idea. I hate to return to my world only to find that I have to march halfway around it just to do battle. First thing this morning, I gathered a bowl of porridge and approached the cage where I kept Temros. I handed the former mage instructor his breakfast. How have the elementals been treating you? I asked. One of each type stood at the four corners of the cage, and unknown to anyone, a single psychic elemental remained nearby, constantly monitoring Hemross's thoughts. They ignore me mostly, Hemross said. The fire taunts me sometimes, but then you've probably put it up to that. I hadn't, but part of me chuckled at the thought of a fire elemental lighting small fires beneath the cage as Hemross tried to sleep. No, I'll tell it to stop. I know you're a barbarian, Hemross said. Yes, but does that really matter? Was it worth this? I said, shaking the cage. Barbarians despise wizards! Why would one try to help us? As punishment, Hemross, I said. Hemross really wasn't a bad person, just confused, as I had been. The ancestors gave me a second chance, perhaps I could give Hemross one as well. I'm going to suggest to Magnus that you be given a promotion. When this is all over, I'll use whatever power I have to have you named Peace Ambassador to the Barbarian Lands, I said. At first, Hemross would consider such a promotion a punishment as well, but I could only hope that someday he would learn the same lessons I have learned here. Look at Tarnum walking the moral high ground. Why does Barcelor sound like that pit fiend Sancho tortured? Well, he's supposed to have a nasally voice, so I hold my nose and talk like this. This map was a joke, to be honest. Most of the maps are a joke, to be honest. Voice acting 10 out of 10. I try. Roll credits! Master of the Elements. Barcelor had located the Elemental Lords, and what's worse, he had determined that they've joined forces to destroy the world quicker. Meanwhile, the portal to our world is nearing completion. If I can't free the Phoenixes soon before the portal is finished, I may have to return home first. Is that it? Yeah, you can see where the depth is really disappearing from some of the stories. Alright. Nothing down there, so let's just take the fight. 23 magic elementals. Glorious. And 100. That's the real one right there. Hey, so easy. Masters of the Elements. Truly, roll credits. The Avatarnum faces the 4 Elemental Lords, now allied against him. If Tarnum is defeated, then all hope is lost, and the world is destroyed. Hey, Dikasada. Finally, Tarnum returned to our world to find the Elemental Lords tearing it apart. But he came back a changed man. He no longer hated magic, but reveled in it. Power surged through his body. Like his enemy, he had become a master of all elements. Bum, bum, bum! The purity of the elemental planes is a sharp contrast to home. For the first time, I realized there were no smells in the elemental planes. Here, the air carries a scent with it. Flowers, rain, rotting leaves, mud. Still, it's good to be home. Unfortunately, something happened as we passed through the portal to our own world. There was a great distance between my 3 captains and I. Ramus thinks the contrast between the 2 realms caused the accident. For now, we keep in contact thanks to owl messengers such as the one Barcelor uses, and we hope to rejoin our forces soon. And we have passes! The passes! 6? Really? Come on, that's lame. Froissant. Lantine. Tall flames suddenly erupt from the ground, surrounding you. You shrink back, nervous about catching fire, until you notice giant fiery wings unfold to reveal phoenixes. One of them screeches, "We've come to join you! Never again shall we feel the shackles of the Fire Lord! Death the Fire Lord Ozai! Yeah! Restart. Nah. The sky here is filled with sprites flying in circles, dancing in the air. You watch their performance for a while, applaud, and try to move on. Unfortunately, they follow. Might you take us along with you? One of them asks. Yes, yes, take us! The rest cheer. We can help you fight those nasty elemental lords. They're meanies, especially that fat, ugly Lord of Air. Yes, he's fat and ugly. Put the ugg in ugly. You agree. Only if they'll shut up. That's the spirit, Rissa. As you approach your conflux, you find a white iron gate blocking your way. Before your eyes, the bars stretch and change, becoming 12 magic elementals. Good day. Sorry we're late. We haven't missed a battle with the elemental lords, have we? They say in unison. No, you respond. Good. It didn't take long for one of the mages to figure out how long we have been gone from this world. 30 years! Much can change in 30 years, even if my mission has not. I must still stop the Elemental Lords. Men such as Barsalar feel the same way. That if we don't defeat the Elemental Lords, then all we have lost will be for naught. Realizing that King Magnus might have perished while we were gone, I ordered Pontifex to set out for Bracada immediately, with a sizable force of his own to protect him. Pontifex shouldn't have any trouble getting through enemy lines. Hemross is leaving as well, still caged and in the capable hands of my Golem Master. Fire lilies enslaving phoenixes, yeah man. Hey bananas. Still online or again? What? Oh. I mean, we're still going, man. We're still going. Low empathy. And gouges. Is this the last mission of this chapter? Yes.
Well, I went to sleep for a couple hours, and then I came back. This is Heroes Complete-a-thon, man. You can't take this shit lightly. Can't take it lightly. You gotta keep rolling, 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 rolling. In theory, these should want to join me, right? Magic elementals, aren't they the bros here? As I think about it, I probably should have checked the other ones too. Nope. I still like my reasoning. The day I arrived, I sent magic elementals out to explore the land and locate my enemy. Today, one of them returned from the northeast with news about Fire Lord Ozai's position. The Fire Lord has raised huge volcanoes and flooded the land to the northeast with lava. His fiery field spread daily, consuming everything in its path, the elemental explains. Another magic elemental returned today, also from the north. The Lord of Air has a conflux to the northeast and is busy spreading his magic clouds throughout the land. Although you can still walk on them, the magic elemental claims that the ground is slowly losing its form and will soon disappear for good. Alright, all seriousness though. Drop these guys off here. Now we shall rule the skies! What's my favorite chapter of Chronicles? The first. These first 3.5 are. Afterwards, I think it kind of drops off. Although, honestly, replaying this, I think the story drops off a little bit towards the end of this one, too. So, I guess the first 2 chapters I really enjoy. I think the levels have depth to them, the story's great. Hey, Buddha.
Buddha's Fake Heroes 3! Fake.
In the humid lands to the southwest, explained a third magic elemental scout, is the Lord of Water. The ground is swampy there. Rivers and lakes overflow and become lucid pools. Before long, he will have full command of his region. But I am the Avatanum, and I fear none. Finally, the last magic elemental scout returns from the southeast where he has found the Lord of Earth. Like the others, Lord Tarnum, the land under Earth's control is crumbling and drying up. The rivers have run dry, only a few lakes remain as a sign that the Lord of Earth hasn't completely gained control of the land. But earthquakes shake the ground daily. Of course, this is not unexpected news. Yes, I say. I have bad news, says the magic elemental. What? The elemental lords have indeed become allies. They share resources and information and even troops. Each elemental lord can summon all 4 types of elementals, so you can expect them to have massive armies. And all of them will be concentrating their attacks on me alone. Great. A letter arrived from King Magnus today. It reads, A letter arrived from King Magnus today. It reads, Tarnum, amazing! After all these years, for you to return alive is simply amazing! I have heard some of what you have experienced while in the elemental planes from the man you sent to me, but I hunger for more information. I know your hands are still busy with the elemental lords, but maybe I can help you sometime soon. Unfortunately, we've had some trouble in the decades since your absence and don't have much to offer right now. Good luck, and looking forward to hearing from you again. Gavin Magnus, King of Bracaga. Today, some of my fire elementals managed to slip into the lands of the Fire Lord and destroy some of his supplies. Outnumbered as I am, I must strike back at my enemy, weaken him and get him thinking about protecting his own lands before he can attack me. Purposely not attacking the elementals, by the way. Still trying to give them a chance to, build up a little bit. And they have. Alright. You water-loving fools. Six per week. Jesus. They have arrived! But so have I. Using the same tactic against the Fire Lord, I sent some ice elementals to steal some resources from the Lord of Water. Unfortunately, they were spotted soon after they stole the goods. Before they were caught, however, my elementals destroyed their booty. Too bad they didn't return. Ha 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 ha, booty. Hey sir, it's going well. Last scenario of Master of Elements. Since some of my raids have been getting repelled lately, I sent a combined force of water and earth elementals to attack one of the Earthward supply lines. They were successful in return with only a few injuries. This is honestly more interesting, sir. The Elemental Lords have become suspicious of their own troops, an unexpected result of my raids. They've been treating their own troops so poorly lately that when I sent some Storm Elementals for a raid, they were able to join up with some deserting Elementals. The Elementals returned to join my forces while the Storm Elementals destroyed some of the Air Lords. Do not translate. What? Navigation paying off, as always. Nice, yeah, that was a nice inflow. Hey, the Mets are winning! For now. Yeah, Pudik, you tell him. Yeah. Do not translate Oda's Fake Heroes 3! Wait, they only have one town each? Oh. I always thought they had more. Now the Earth Lord has bowed to our power. Another letter from King Magnus arrived this morning. Tarnum, I understand that you are unable to explain the mysteries of the elemental planes to me now in the middle of war, so I am coming for a visit. If I could sit down with you and talk for just a couple hours each night, I think I could learn much. Just so I'm not a complete hindrance, I will also bring along some reinforcements. Good day, Gavin Magnus, King of Bracada. Look at that resistance. How did the enemy flee? Yeah, we went over 1,000 Twitch vids. Which means we're over 1,000 YouTube vids. All of the elemental lords are plagued with desertions. Even this close to the water lords' conflicts, a horde of water elementals asks to join you. If this keeps up, the war will be over quickly. It will be. '21, 2018, 14. Gonna love that little jingle. Alright, this guy's up there. It begins to rain. A fat drop of water smacks against your face as you look up at the clear blue sky. How could this be? Then the air itself bends and folds in upon itself. A horde of storm elementals take shape, arcs of electricity swimming about their bodies. "We'll join you now," one of them shouts. It is no request. A small group of sprites showed up at the complex this morning with their mothers hovering nearby. They were a little worried about the children leaving the nest so early, but no one could disagree that they had successfully outwitted older troops. Oh, 7 by 20, let's go. Then there was one. You come across lots of energy elementals chained at the edge of the fiery fields. You approach cautiously. One of the elementals shakes his chains and says, Free us, please. It is a magical bond. The Fire Lords placed us here to fight you even though we didn't want to. If I free you, will you fight against your former master, you ask? Of course, they shout. Now is the time when we get Tarnum as buff as possible. King Gavin Magnus arrived this morning on a black charger, his robes billowing behind him. With him came almost 100 people. His entourage. Not a single fighter in the bunch. Now I have to support these people and fight the war at the same time. But I noticed immediately that Gavin Magnus hadn't changed at all since I first saw him. I had been expecting an old man. 30 years had passed, but this man didn't seem a day older. Didn't appear a day older. Could there be some truth in the rumors that Gavin Magnus was immortal too? As King Magnus promised, in exchange for you teaching him about the elemental planes, a small force of elementals arrives here at the conflux. So useful. I quickly learned that another member of King Magnus's entourage was the leering Hemross, except now he walked around a free man. This morning Magnus called an audience. All were to attend. As soon as I arrived, however, I knew something was wrong, because Hemross was standing next to the king. I am told, Magnus began, that there was some trouble while you were in the elemental planes. A disagreement, shall we say? Several people nodded, but I stepped forward. Nothing that hasn't already been settled, King Magnus. In my letter to you, I explained this, and what I thought should be done with my prisoner. I said, yes, well, when he became my prisoner, I decided to let Hemross free, as long as he would return here and make a statement to you all. Magnus looked at Hemross, who nervously stepped forward. I've had the opportunity to do some research into the history of our people, and of the barbarian people. Sadly, I have learned that our ancestors wronged the barbarians. We enslaved them all. Furthermore, I am here to denounce my earlier accusation that Lord Tarnum is no true wizard. He is obviously the best of us all, and no barbarian. Hemross backed away as I tried to close my mouth. Kings could be quite convincing when they wanted to be. As you'd think he would know, having been a king. So I purposely saved the Fire Lord for last, because they had the longest walk to get to one of my towns. King Magnus accepted my invitation to a private dinner, but neither of us enjoyed ourselves much. The moment we sat down, Magnus said, I first saw you long ago, shortly before you captured Castle Steelhorn. Somehow Magnus knew what my question was going to be. This man was immortal, and I wanted to know why. You are immortal, I said. Of course, but not in the same way as you, Magnus said. I first found out I was immortal when one of your behemoths killed me. Imagine my surprise when I came back to life. I have spent much of my time ever since researching magic in the world around me, which is why I came here to learn about the elemental planes. You said that was the first time you saw me. I mentioned. Well, yes, I saw your rise as well as your death. Since then, I have heard stories about you, but nothing very substantial. I knew someday our paths would cross again, especially when I became king of Bracada. I used to hate you, Tarnum, the barbarian king, but time is a way of making you forget. Now, if you can manage to defeat these elemental lords, I will consider us even, perhaps even brothers, Magnus said with a wide smile. Unfortunately, I had no interest in being this man's friend. He had a cold arrogance that was worse than anything Barcelora had ever been. He seemed inhuman. I wondered if his mysterious immortality, rumored to be caused by a spell, made him this way. Did others perceive me that way? Have I, too, become less than human? Throngs. complete and utter resistance. Today, King Magnus is returning home. Unfortunately, Barsalar has been ordered to go with him. Thankfully, Hemros is leaving as well. Last night, Barsalar drank well into the night and laughed at the silly way we treated each other. We would depart friends and promise to see each other again, although I knew I would not be able to keep that promise. Before the king left, however, I pulled Magnus aside into my tent. First, I want to recommend you give Barsalar the highest honors you can. He's a courageous man, one of the bravest you've got, and he deserves it. He and all the others deserve it for traipsing off to the elemental planes, forever leaving their loved ones behind. They will, Magnus promised. Second, when I have defeated the elemental lords, I'm going to turn over those troops that belong to you to Ramus. As for the elementals, I'll be giving them their freedom and sending them back to their realms. Magnus didn't seem pleased with this. I could tell he had been looking forward to gaining control over the elementals and becoming a master of the elements himself. I see, Magnus said. And if you think Ramus or Barsalar can tell you how to get to the elemental planes, I've already talked with the psychic elementals. Once this is over, they're going to remove that information from the minds of those who learned it, I said firmly. The power of the elements was too great a temptation for the people of this world. I had already made a deal with the magic elementals to make the secrets of the complex disappear as well, forever. Once the elemental lords were defeated, they would never be heard from again. Nor would there ever be another master of the elements. Excuse me, Armageddon's blade happens. But there will never again be an Avatar no. These guys are free to wander amongst themselves. I just want to buff Tarn as much as I possibly can still. Even though I'm pretty sure I just got the last of the story. Oh, I'm sorry, how did the AI manage to flee here? Sierra had far few things going for it. Well, there's your problem, Suckos. You played Guild Wars 2. You should have played Guild Wars 1. It's the better game. Oh, here it comes. What's he gonna choke? This part of it, but I do like seeing how strong Tarnum will get at the end of this. So that's why we're doing this. As much as we did win this like 20 minutes ago. And the Mets are no longer winning. That's all. And it is. Alright. It's time. page arts. Only Heroes Game Station ever been able to play with Chronicles? Yeah, I can understand that. They're not very expensive though, like $3 on GOG. What I'll say. That's how you know. Nissa, Fire, Zydar. So we finished 67, 34, 36, 51, level 38. So close. But we went. And truly, the Avatarnum was the masters of the elements. Tarnum defeated the Elemental Lords, casting them back to their own planes forever. Knowing that if another gained mastery over the elements, the world would never be safe, Tarnum destroyed the Conflux Towns and all records of the Elemental Planes. He soon exchanged his robe and staff for furs and a sword, returning to his life as a barbarian. Number 9, King Stannis, Masters of the Elements, 2100 score, Archangel rating.